How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Day Dave, and this is the post episode 11 live stream. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody's having a fantastic day so far. We are just getting started here. We're going to wait just a few more minutes to see who else joins us. Go ahead and give yourself a shout out in the chat. Let me know that you're out there. Unfortunately, YouTube does not give a roll call or anything along those lines, so I have no idea that you're out there unless you say something in the chat. So just let me know. Hope everybody is having a fantastic day so far. Like I said, it is a last minute live stream. We just so happened to get a little bit of free time today because of, well, a whole bunch of circumstances actually. So works out very, very nicely. Like I said, we're just going to be hanging out for just a few minutes to see if anybody else joins us. I'm just going through some of the back end stuff. Let's see. Everything's looking good on my end. There we go. Perfect. We'll minimize that. And there we go. Like I said, we're just hanging out a couple more minutes and then we'll get rocking and rolling. Got a bunch of stuff to do today, and I mean, mainly just gonna be working on a bunch of contracts. We got to make some money, and a lot of it, as much as we can make. And doesn't that sound familiar? Wow, just noticed that one of these looks pristine, nice and clean, and this one, not so much. Not so much indeed. Is that the... Oh, that is the sugar beet. Okay. For some reason I was looking at this, it's like, it kind of looks like a parsnip to me. Or at least the compared to the Giants image of the parsnip. We'll go ahead and give it 1 or 2 more minutes. Let's see. I have to double check one thing real quick. Okay, there we go. Looking good there. All right, let's go ahead and get going. It has been a beautiful day so far. Got a bunch of stuff that we need to do. First things first, though, we need to hook up to our trailer over here because if I come around back here, so funny story for those who didn't catch the last live stream. I've been unloading my red beets into this kind of bunker of the covered awning here. And I was getting a trigger for dump out right about here on the back end of it. I could not figure it out. And then one day it just dawned on me during a stream to come check back here. And it dawned on me, this is why. I have this back here. Completely forgot it was even here. Completely forgot it was here. And the reason I forgot it was there is because if we come over to the back side of the house over here, keep on going right over here. I took out the hedging. I need to bring like a cutter or something over here to knock out this high spot here. But I got one here too. No clue. I completely forgot I had one. And I've been using... Oops. Let me out. Actually, there we go. And I've been using the one over by the house for the longest time, completely forgetting it's there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to empty this out and I'm going to get rid of one of these. Because I don't need two for one. And it's not like I'm going to get a ton of money, but I'm just going to quick sell it. I'm not going to bother with trying to make the most money for it. Let's see if I can kind of finagle. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I'll take that as a win. Oh, come on. There we go. Alright, now I can go into the menu and buy and sell. Let's see. Sell, sell, sell. There we go. Owned items. Pallets. I believe the one in front of me is this one. Yes, it was. Perfect. So, made, you know, 700 bucks back. That's not bad. Let's go and grab the tractor. We're going to hook up to this front trailer and then dump out the rest over there. And I think I'm going to actually move the one that's over by the house back over there. But I'm going to turn around so I don't keep hitting that trigger. What am I doing? Oh, the tractor. And actually, while I'm over here, I just want to see something real quick. 22,000 liters of manure. So we've got a bunch of stuff that we need to do today. Because, like I said, we've got contracts. I've got a ton of manure here on the farm. I've got some slurry that I can do stuff with. I've just got a whole bunch of stuff that can be done. So just a lot of housekeeping. And we've got to make money. I mean, that's always the way of farming simulator, is you're always trying to figure out ways to make money so you can expand and keep doing new and bigger and better things. There we go. Something like this here. And there we go. Yeah, because my silo here at the farm doesn't have the capacity for red beets, I can't put them anywhere else. I don't have any place to store them. So I've just been kind of setting them loose on the floor right there. Oh, come on. There we go. Now let's disconnect. And actually, let's not disconnect. We'll reconnect, and what I need to do is grab the front forage pickup. This thing right here. There we go. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up all that manure right there at the cow shed, and I'm going to go ahead and just take it down to the biogas plant so we can, start utilizing it. Drop that down, unfold that, turn that on. Now I know I don't have to use the forage pickup like I'm doing here. You can go to that little trigger right there and it just unloads for you, which in hindsight I probably should have or could have done. But this also works. 22,000 liters of manure. Works out nicely. Let's go ahead and run this up to the biogas real quick. Let's see. Oh, come on. Oh, it's struggling. It's struggling. Come on. You can do it. Perfect. We got it. Alright, so one thing I want to discuss while on this stream today. Well, one, why we're streaming. Normally I don't get a chance to stream this early in the morning. It just so happened to work out to where the wife and kid ended up going out and about today, and because it's raining and whatnot outside, it's actually a really kind of crummy day outside. I'm kind of stuck in the house. There's not really much that needs to be done, so decided to just go ahead and hop on and stream for a couple hours. Might have to hop off relatively quickly when they come home, but that's not going to be for quite some time. So we're going to be hanging out here for a while. We're going to get a whole bunch of stuff done, and possibly, depending on how much we get done, might even be able to hop back on tonight. Not 100% certain about that one just yet, but we'll see. We'll see how all that goes. But I also want to discuss yesterday. Did a whole bunch of a map tour and several map updates. And of the map tours was a map that I have not seen before. But according to Mr. Sealy P, this was a map that came out last year for FS19 called Delusion. I don't remember this map coming out whatsoever. But had I known that this was a part of FS19, I would have taken it far more serious in FS19. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. It was a map called Delusion. It just released yesterday onto the Mod Hub. And I think this map is absolutely gorgeous. And I had received a comment early this morning from one of my subscribers, Dancer of the Clouds. Dancer, thank you so much. Oops, and I drove right past where I needed to go. Dancer, thank you so much for your comment. I greatly appreciate it. And the crux of the comment is that the map is kind of is kind of far and away from being simple, and that's, I used the term simple in my description of it because it was a part of the description from the map maker. And at the time I kind of agreed with it, but kind of on further reflection I decided that I wanted to oh, it doesn't have their trigger on the ground. I keep forgetting about this. Well, it's not on the other side, is it? I keep forgetting the biogas does not have a trigger for me to load onto the ground. I have to actually load into it. Well, if that's the case, here, let's go. Maybe about here-ish. Think that'll work. Turn that off. Anyways, I was saying how the term simple was used in the description. And it's, I think, a very poor term now that I've kind of had the night to sleep on it and whatnot. I'm just going to lease this. Now that I've had the night to sleep on it and kind of, mull it over, especially after seeing the comment from Dancer. And I think Dancer's right. I think that it's not a simple map. But what I do think it is a better description of it is basic. So what I meant by simple yesterday and what I mean by basic today is that there's not a whole lot in the ways of things like production points. There's not like a complex farm or anything like that. It's very basic in every kind of regard. The only way that it's not basic is isn't like the terrain. The terrain is incredibly complex and very, I think for potentially like a new player or something, it might be even a little bit intimidating, but I think it's absolutely fantastic. And the reason that I think that it's so nice is because you're getting kind of the, let's make sure that this is, all right, that looks to be over. Oops. There we go. Now we're talking. Perfect. So anyways, the besides for the fields and how they're kind of part of the terrain and all that, It's a relatively basic map. There's very little in the ways of productions. There's really only a great processing unit, a sawmill, and a spinnery. There wasn't much else in that regard. So it's just a very basic, sell points, and that's about it. That's just about it. Oh, I should turn it on. Ooh, silage is out. Ooh, and we have almost 100,000 liters of methane, so we're going to make some money on that. Manure, let's kick that on. Straw is still processing and chugging away, so that's good. So it's one of those where I don't feel that simple is a fair description, because it's not simple. You're going to have to make some extremely tough decisions specifically around things like the kind of equipment that you use. You're not going to be able to get away with small equipment because the fields are so massive, and the small equipment's going to have a real hard time on going up and down those hills. You're also going to have to kind of take into account the terrain of each individual field as to how to best approach harvesting. You're not going to want to just set a worker off and expect that they're going to get the job done or done in a decent amount of time, kind of thing. You're going to want to have to kind of set them up at the proper angles to be able to maximize the terrain angles and kind of go from there. But when everything was said and done, I just fell in love with that map. And I feel like here lately, before the Christmas New Year's break that Giants went on, I think the maps have been coming out here lately have just absolutely been insane. We had the one map here recently, Bally Springs, that updated and went from an absolutely berserk map to absolute darn near perfection. I mean, we're talking like maybe, baby's breaths, away from perfection. Like that map is like the gold standard now, in my opinion, for all the different kind of features and stuff that it brings out. But yeah, the only thing about Delusion that I didn't necessarily care for was the kind of the addition of I think it was the maple tree. And the maple tree, the only reason I didn't necessarily care for it is that it just seemed a lot brighter than all the other trees on the map. So it just really kind of stood out and really made it kind of, I don't know, made it just kind of seem a bit brighter and a little bit more vibrant than what the rest of the map kind of entailed, if that makes sense. I don't know. It just seemed like out of place. That's probably the best. Whoa, easy there. That's probably the best way I can put it. Is it just didn't seem like naturally a part of the surroundings. It just didn't seem natural. Long story short. Go ahead and disconnect that. I need to come over here because I think I need to exercise my horse. Bum, bum, bum. Oops, I didn't mean to do that because I meant to look at the horse first. Riding. Yep, so I did need to ride it. So you can see all of our hard work, with the exception of that little patch right there, for this field has actually paid off. And it's same thing over at the cow pasture. I'm really happy with how that all turned out. Jody! Hey, how's it going, bud? Hope you're having a great morning so far. But, so no, going back to what I was saying about delusion, I think basic is a far better term to describe it. Simple, I don't think is an accurate or fair way of describing it. But basic in a good way. So, like I was saying, the level of maps that we've gotten here recently has just been insane. Like, I've I need to go back and kind of take a look at all the various maps I've released here recently, but I think I've been really scoring them pretty high here lately. And it's just that kind of gut feeling that I get when I hop onto a map and just kind of take a look around and all that. But the reason I liked Delusion so much, one, the terrain, the kind of uh, topography that was available on that map is just next level to me. I absolutely love maps that are not flat, that are not kind of that where you can kind of just see off into the long distance kind of thing, where you actually have to look at things, and it just makes it feel natural and pretty and kind of involved. To where some of the flat maps that are available out there, they just seem, you know, boring. You can see pretty much across the entire map, and because of the restrictions and the way that this game works, it just looks unnatural because you get that huge degrading field of vision. You can see it really when you're up high. When you're up high, you can just see how things just naturally degrade. So as we look out by the horse, where the horse is walking, you get that different shade of green out in the distance. Uh, you don't experience that so much on a map like this, where it is kind of hemmed in by the terrain and all that. So it's really, really nice to see how we're getting more and more maps that are kind of in that vein. Um, you can see that kind of moving disc as I get closer and closer to the sheep there. Let's see. Now, one thing that I wanted to do as well, I spoke with Cavalier Roy on the back end, and he was telling me that there is a known issue with the farm production. I've been calling it the chemistry set, but that farm production building that's right there, and specifically around the silage additive. How we have 0 digestate, 0 slurry, and 6 water. So right now I'm producing silage additive. I'm just going to town. I've got another 19,000 liters in production, and all I'm using is water to make it. That's it. Um, my brain, I kind of got to thinking about it in the back end. I kind of felt guilty about producing it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and load all the slurry that I have here into that production point. Even though it's not going to take anything, I'm just going to go ahead and load it. I'm going to get some digestate and load that as well, and just kind of go from there. Let's see. Jody says, how is your morning? It is going fantastic, Jody. Have had the opportunity to come on and do a stream, just kind of worked out last minute. I wasn't, well, I knew that this was going to happen. The family going out and about today and spending most of the day out. I knew that was going to happen, but I didn't realize that the weather was going to be so crappy today, and where I wasn't going to be able to kind of work outside and do things. So I wasn't planning on doing the stream today, but then it just kind of worked out to where I was able to hop on and do it. So I was pretty happy about that. So really good about that. Jody also says, good. I love I love that European. Wow, I cannot talk today. I love that European. It came out about a week ago. Oh, I didn't realize that it came out a week ago. Did I just miss a whole bunch of maps or something? I never used the biogas plant. How do you? So I tend to use the biogas plant whenever I can. Oftentimes it's prohibitively expensive, so I don't often get to use it. But on this map, it's like, I think $100,000, give or take. But this one, I really like this one because it gives you methane as an output rather than forcing you to sell it right off the bat. So 1, you get the digestate, 2, you get the methane, which is really cool. I really do like that. But methane, if you use it as a product to sell at one of your there's a sell point that you can install, and I've got it here on the map, but it's a methane sell point, and it's slightly elevated than most methane prices, and it works out really nice because you make a pretty decent profit off of it. I think it's like typically around $1,500 per 1,000 liters. So it adds up really quickly, and it works out very nicely. Um, but yeah, I mean the biogas plant I do like. I normally like it when you can actually dump out on the floor and then, you know, just kind of go at it. This one in particular, though, you do have to use the loaders and stuff like that to load into it. So that's kind of a nuisance, but I mean, it's a small price to pay, especially with the shop right around the corner. It's not a big deal. Let's see. So let me make my way around. I'm gonna pick up the just a load of digestate. I'm not gonna make a bunch of trips or anything like that. I'm just gonna pick up some digestate, load it into that production point, and then that'll kind of satisfy my sense of fairness. Even though I'm not going to be using the product going forward, kind of thing, it's just one of those. I shouldn't have the product available to me, I guess, is what I'm getting at. And oh, and I was like I said, I was speaking with Cavalier Roy, and it's a known issue. It shouldn't be set at zeros. It's just a bug. Um, but from what I understand, there's an update. It's with Giants, so hopefully within the next several days, it should be updated to have the proper recipe that's associated to it. Now, where is the digestate output? I don't think I've gotten digest. Oh, it's this one over here. That's right. Right back. Or no, wait, that's the input. Yeah, that's the input. Output is there on the backside here? That's input for digestate. That's output for methane. There's the output for digestate right here. There we go. Let me catch up. Let's see. It's the one that you gave 5 to. Love that European. Oh, the map. Hold on, let me. I'm looking. Oh, was it, it was either Schwadheim, Fairhead, or Buckland Farm. I can't remember off the top of my head which one of those it was. Yeah, I can't remember which one of those three, but I'm pretty sure it's one of those three that you're talking about there, Jody. Um, yeah, no, like I said, it just seems like we've gotten a lot of really solid maps here lately, and really enjoying it. Hey, Cavalier Roy, how's it going? Morning, bud, and also Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well. Hope it's turning out to be a good year so far. I was just relaying some of the information that you sent to me regarding the farm production, and that it's requiring an update, and that if I remember right, you said it's either out with Giants or is going to be with Giants, and should be updated here pretty soon. I'm actually, because I kind of felt guilty, I'm just delivering some of the product that it requires for that recipe, even though I know it's not taking it. I just don't feel that it's fair for me to have the product and it being producing at the same time. So I'm just gonna make myself feel a little less guilty and deal with it that way. It's currently with Giants awaiting testing. Gotcha. Nice. So yeah, we're just getting a whole bunch of work done here around the farm. Got, let me think, we've got a couple of contracts that are waiting on us. We just removed one of our excess global transport pallets, Didn't realize I had two of them and had one of them kind of stored away. So Roy, funny story that you're on the stream. I don't know if you caught it the last stream or the stream before, but I was starting to get triggers that were popping up behind uh, one of the sheds, and I would back up. I had a bunch of red beets that were piled up in a shed, and I'll show it because we're going to be pretty much driving right past it. I was getting an output trigger that was popping up, and I couldn't figure out why for the longest time, completely forgetting that I had hidden a global transport pallet behind that building. So I was like, oh, this must be some kind of weird silo that only I know about, kind of thing. It was really it was really funny. And then I discovered after going behind it that, oh wait, it's one of the global transport pallets. It's just picking up the trigger. But here, we'll go around backside here. Yeah, right back there. I was hiding a global transport pallet just behind there, and if I backed up too far, it would catch the trigger, and it's like, huh, that's weird. Why am I getting something that's acting like a silo? And I thought I had just lost 4,000 liters of red beets, for a couple of days, and then it dawned on me, no, you silly person, it's an extra transport pallet that you completely forgot you had. There we go. Let's see. I think it was the Brooklyn Farm. Oh, I had my phone open. Where was it? Oh, Buckland Farm. Yeah, that was a pretty solid map. Like I said, we're getting a lot of really solid maps here lately. I'm actually really kind of, I don't want to say surprised, but I don't know. It just seems like there's some good quality maps that come out here lately. Like I said, that map yesterday, Delusion, I really like it. I think that was a pretty solid map, and it's got a lot of potential. It's kind of like I said in the tour, it's kind of a good mix between a already established farm, but because you're able to buy the periphery and all the land, you can really kind of make it your own. I mean, really, it kind of reminds me of Roy. I mean, your maps, in the sense that we kind of have the ability to make it our own. It's certainly not as modular as this map is. This map and really, Roy, a lot of your maps are just so completely on the next level of. Oh, come on. Actually, we need to go this way. They're just on the no, hey, let me go. They're just on the next level of customization that kind of have to sidestep our whole way there. That it just makes the map just really be different for every single player, and that's what I really love about like this map, Maypole Farm, and pretty much all the other maps that you make there, Roy, is that they're just so customizable, but they're already established. So it's really good for players like me who want something that's established but then can eventually make it their own. I have a really hard time with maps like a forestry map where you have to make it completely your own. It's really hard for me to be that level of creative. Let me see what we got going on in the chat. Jody says, hi, Cavalier. Cavalier says, yeah, I saw that. However, the building is a bulk hold storage, so you can tip in there like you do in the silage clamp, and it will store things within it. Nice. So yeah, that's pretty much what I've been using it for, is just that kind of storage. For the red beets. I'm going to probably use this one here for sugar beets because I think I got a couple of sugar beet contracts coming up. Roy says, hi, Jody. Jody says, love playing on, I think that was supposed to be that map. Kevlar says, thank you, Jody. That's awesome to hear. Yes. Oh, your map. Wow, I'm just all over the place this morning. because I'm not used to being able to stream at this time of the day, so I'm kind of like all over the place, kind of bouncy. Now, I've been wanting to get rid of this windrower for a while because now I've got this set of cutters. I actually haven't needed this in quite some time. And actually, while I'm thinking of it, something just dawned on me. I'm down here. Nope, I need to do that. Ooh, I can cut all my fields again. So I use this field because I purchased this one as kind of my pilot to tell me when I can mow all my grass. So I just keep everything in sync because these 3 fields regrow automatically after saving and exiting. So I just use this one as kind of my pilot. So that is awesome. I'm going to work on that as well. Let's see. So yeah, no, I was mentioning earlier how I kind of correct my language as the basic, I said in the tour that the map is simple, and it's because I was repeating what the map maker had said. But I think basic is unfair. Even though the map maker themselves is saying it, I don't think basic is fair. I'm sorry, that simple is fair. It's not simple because of the complex nature of the terrain and all that. What I think is better to say is basic. And that it's basically sell points with maybe 1 or 2 productions that are on the map. But what I really liked about Delusion was the fact that it just felt massive. It really feels huge, and it's because you've got those 1 lane in, 1 lane out. You are technically able to cut through, fields and stuff because there's no hedges that are hemming you in like on this map and others. But because of the terrain being so aggressive, it might not be the best solution to go cutting through fields and stuff. It's pretty like naturally hemming, in a sense. Crazy driver on the road, don't mind me. There we go. But yeah, it's one of those that I ended up giving it a 4.5 as a high end, like a 4 to a 4.5. And yeah, I really think that it's worthy of that just because of it's deceiving in a way that because you're able to buy everything, buy the entire periphery and all the portions of the map at no cost, it makes it very much something that you can grow and make into something. And the small nature of ooh, I forgot I had my drawbar here. I need to pick that up. Let's see, repair, repaint. Oops, nope. And sell. Nice, an extra 52,000 immediately back. That's awesome. Okay, I don't think, other than doing the mowing and stuff, I don't think I have anything else that needs to be done around the farm. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. We'll mow, we'll pick it all up, and we'll send it into the production point. And then after that, we'll work on contracts. Let's see. So, oops. There we go. But no, the nature of the map itself, because of how aggressive the terrain is, just makes you have to sit there and actually think about what you're going to do, how you're going to do things. Kind of similar to this map, but to this map, the terrain is less aggressive than Delusion, but because of the nature of all the hedges and the stone walls and all that stuff that kind of outline a lot of the fields, you have to put in a lot of additional thought as to how you're going to do things. Which I like that. I really do like that. And especially if I were to be playing with crop destruction on and things like that, then I'd really have to think about how I'm gonna like get in and out of fields and how I'm gonna set equipment up. Um, so it's just one of those where I like the fact that we're getting maps that are not just kind of straightforward square fields, flat, things like that. We're getting a lot of maps here lately that are just the not for the faint of heart kind of thing, quote unquote. I don't I don't want to say it like that. I don't want to say it like that because that's makes it sound almost intimidating. It's not for just getting on and just milling around. Why did I do this? That's not what I meant to do. I meant to ay, ay, ay. I've got the drawbar now, so I want to go connect it to the trailer. Once I have it on the trailer, then I need to connect to the mowers and start mowing things. There we go. Nope, that's not right. There we go. Now we drop that. Okay, so... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well... we're gonna have one of those days. Ooh, boy. Let's see. Roy says, the Shanty Boys DDD. So I've actually spoken several times with Silver Eagle from the Shanty Boys, and I think I've spoken a couple of times with, was it Matt? Matthew, maybe? I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but to answer your question, in a more direct way, yes, I know some of the Shanty Boys, and spoken to a couple of them a couple of times. Oh, let's kind of push that down like that, maybe. Ooh, that might actually work. Or it won't. Oh no. Why? Oh, why do I gotta be so silly sometimes? Oh man, what do I do? What do I do? Sorry, I'm concentrating, trying to figure out how I can get my trailer back without resetting it. I might have to just reset the drawbar. Oh, wait. Nope. Yes. All right. There we go. Now we're talking. We'll drop that there. Whew. Okay. Let go. Okay. Disaster avoided. Oh my goodness. Little bit of panic was setting in. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie at all. I was like, oh no, I don't want to reset it. I just drove it here. Ay. There we go. All right. Let me catch up with the chat and see what's going on here. So, Jody says, I can't wait to see what comes out next week of the model. Yeah, so there's hopefully going to be a ton of stuff coming from Giants here the next couple of weeks because of the winter break. They weren't processing anything, so hopefully we get like a big influx of mods and all that stuff. But we'll see. We'll see how it all goes. Let's see. Roy says, this is the thing. A friend and I were talking about the possibility of 4X maps being a thing on the next farming simulator game. That a 2X map done well can feel huge. Yes, 100%. And that's kind of what I feel like was done with that new map that came out yesterday, Delusion. Um, is that because of the road network and the way it is, it just feels much bigger than what it actually is. Uh, I keep talking and just driving aimlessly. But yeah, oh yeah, I 100% agree about how, depending on how a map is set up, it can just change the dynamics. And instead, because I'm on console, we don't have 4x maps as even an option. Um, but you can get that kind of 4x feel uh, because of how certain map makers can make their maps feel. Like this one is actually a perfect example because you get the kind of main networks and roads, um, cutting through the middle of the map. So if I look at the PDA just real quick, you get this kind of main drag that kind of goes through the center of the map and up to the north, kind of twisting through. But you also get these fields, these kind of back paths that go around the fields and stuff, but they're not direct. They kind of slither along, going around the path. Like using this as an example, because you got the main farm, which is right about here. You've got the driveway that leads to the main farm, but then you kind of go around the backside here, and following along this path here, you can reconnect up to this section in the north. But you also have other paths that go, I believe there's one that goes out here. I mean, it goes all around and all over the map, but there's no direct path from like this farm here over to this field here. You gotta have to snake your way through in between all the fields. And it really is a nice way of doing things. I do like those kind of maps where you can uh, get that kind of spacious feel because you're not able to get to places, right away. Um, let's see. Roy also says, Matt. Okay, so yeah, Matt. Well, Matt's partner cut all the forest down by your field and made that into a huge grass field. And then we did MP on this map. I'm sorry, Roy, MP? If you can elaborate on the MP, I'd appreciate it. Forge, hey! What on earth? Morning stream, yes. Yes, sir. So, how's it going so far? Hope you're having a fantastic day. We are having a morning stream because the missus and the little one ended up going out and about today. And it's actually been kind of a crummy morning. It's been raining all morning, so I can't do anything outside. So I decided, you know what? I might as well hop on and do a little bit of streaming. We're not going to be doing the 24-hour stream like you keep suggesting, but we're at least getting some of the day. There we go. Now we're rocking and rolling. We get to cut down all the grass here on the farm. Let's pan out just a bit. I tell you what, I do really like having this mower as opposed to the last one. So the last one, don't get me wrong, I really like it, but being able to swath is really nice. It's a little bit wider than the last set. The only thing that I don't like about this mower in comparison to the last mower I had is that it leaves behind these little tufts of grass, and that you have to kind of back up in the corners and make sure that you're getting a hold of. Otherwise, you're just missing out on product. Ooh, and you know what? I should be getting... let's see. Oop. Yes, higher scores now. Because I did the fertilizing, did the liming, and all that stuff. So my score should be going back up after this. Oh, MP multiplayer. Gotcha. Oh, that's cool. That's actually really cool, being able to yeah, cut. So that's actually on the docket for myself as well, is that big forestry area I actually just purchased a couple of episodes ago, as you can see here. So that's basically what I'm going to do, is I'm going to cut down all these trees and turn it into something, either a field, or I'm going to, I don't think I'm going to extend the grass field, because I basically have these 4 grass fields here as kind of my main field of supply. I might turn this into like I don't know, maybe a big sugar beet field, or I got red beets, so I could do something with red beets. I don't know. I need to kind of figure out what it is I'm going to do with with it going into the future, but not something that needs to be figured out today. But we're definitely going to be working on it throughout the winter, because as you can see, we're into September, and we're going to be rapidly approaching and going to need to be doing something here very, very soon. Um, let's see. Jody says, this is my all-time favorite map of his. Yes, yes, 100%. Love Maypole Farm. And I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of your other maps, Roy, are fantastic. Absolutely love them. But there's something about this one that just really, I don't know, just really hits home with me. Another one I really like is Riverview Farm. That one I really like too. But there's just something, I can't put my finger on it, but something about this one just really hits different with me. Let's see. I think we can go. What? What do you mean no field found? Don't lie to me. I've always been able to hire a worker in this field. What's going on? Well, maybe if I do one more kind of pass around, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I mean, worst case scenario, I'm gonna have to do the fields manually. Meh. Try and just get those little tufts right there. Destroying my equipment in the process. So Roy, when you make maps like Maypole Farms, Riverview Farm, etc. and etc., because you've got several of them out there, do you tend to make maps that are kind of in your style of gameplay, like things that you want to see, or do you try and take into account things that you think that others will enjoy as well? I mean, obviously you'll think that others will enjoy them, or else, you know, you wouldn't. Well, I wouldn't say you wouldn't make them, but do you first and foremost kind of like do things that are going to like satisfy what you're after, or do you try to take other factors into account? Just kind of curious. Wow, I missed a big patch there. Let's see. You can spread the arms on the rear. Really? No, Roy. How have I not known this? Roy. What? 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 It does create a little bit bigger swath too, doesn't it? Which, I mean, makes sense. You're doing wider cuts, so you're going to get more product. That's ridiculous. Now I feel silly all over again. Huh. That's so weird. Well, I guess manual is the way I'm going to have to do it. Because, yeah. Let's see. Due to changes now, after you're done with the sawmill, you can buy it and then delete it and use the land to further extend the field you create and put different sawmill or building down. Yes. So, yeah, I remember that being part of the update, the last update that you did there. That might be in the cards. I'm not 100% certain though. Roy also says, I'm currently working on the road network for Riverview to make the roads more smooth. The changes will either be for FS22 or if Giants announces FS25, then they will be for that game. Oh, nice. Correct, bud. I make the maps the way I like to play and take into account what I've seen other people and said and done, which I like to sound or look of. Yeah, no, 100%. That's awesome. Ford says, yeah, man, for some reason I was 30 minutes behind. Oh, sorry about that. I'm going to mute the mic for just a second. Sorry about that. As World War III starts in my living room, uh, the the disadvantages of working, well, not working, but streaming during the day. Um, we got UPS that just showed up and is making a delivery, so yeah, the dogs and their ever vigilance, making sure that their home is, forever protected away from stranger danger. But that you heard Cole and Jack. So Cole is the older black lab who is I'm fairly certain going senile and is getting rather aggressive in his old age, unfortunately. And that was also Jack, and he tends to be the one who sounds the alarm first. If he sees somebody coming, he will start barking at his own shadow, let alone people actually coming up to the door. So anyways, Forge, I was starting to read what you were saying. Yeah, man, for some reason I was 30 minutes behind, LOL. But y'all are getting the rain, and supposedly it's gonna snow at 3 p.m. today. Whoo, man. Well, welcome to the north, sir. Welcome to the north. I tell you what, being from Michigan, I grew up with, tons of snow all the time, kind of thing. You being in, being in Florida, Hawaii, and all the other warm places you've been, yeah, that's not fun. But at least you're not having to deal with like the property and stuff like that, where you're having to shovel and take care of driveways and stuff like that. That was something that I used to have to do all the time growing up. Is shovel out the driveway. My dad eventually got a big, basically a front end loader. It was the Ford version of what would be the American New Holland. I think the first year that Ford started branding this particular tractor as a Ford rather than a New Holland, and it had a nice little front end loader on it and all that. But he would used to use that to trek up and down the driveway to try and clear it out every winter, because we'd get buried in, and there's no county workers that are going to come out where we used to live, but rather they would just kind of let the traffic just naturally kind of dig themselves out, kind of thing. But it got so bad to where if you didn't dig it out, you were just going to slide down the driveway, because the way our driveway was shaped, it was kind of it was a long driveway, maybe about, I don't know, maybe an eighth of a mile kind of thing. It was a pretty fairly long driveway, but it kind of went straight, but then had a natural curve, and then in the curve there was like a slope that would go in the driveway. So when it would snow, and especially if it rained, the driveway would just become a sheet of ice, and if you were to start driving the vehicle whatsoever, you're just sliding down without trying to dig your way out of it first. So yeah, eventually my dad, was able to get that tractor, and ended up working out really nicely to where he was able to just kind of uh, do those kind of nice chores around the house. Because there was one year, because when I was 16, I had an old '89 Mustang that had rear wheel drive. Um, so yeah, driving a two-wheel drive vehicle in the snow is a pain, but especially a rear-wheel drive, two-wheel drive is a whole nother level. And being the first vehicle that I owned and it was mine, winter driving was fun. It was always fun. But one year in particular, it rained and then froze overnight, so everything was just pure ice. And I had to go somewhere the next day, and it had snowed overnight. So it was, ice underneath, snow on top, and whatnot. Well, I'm backing out the driveway, and I'm just going straight. And again, there's that kind of natural curve that was in the driveway. I'm just going straight. I drive right off the driveway and into the yard and whatnot. And yeah, it was an absolute disaster. My dad had to go hook up a tractor and get a length of chain to pull me out. And yeah, that was a fun conversation to have with him. Let's see. So that is a kind of a bummer. Now that we lose the functionality of hiring a worker with this particular mower. I mean, again, it's not the end of the world. It's not the worst thing that has ever happened, kind of thing. But having the worker is nice, especially when you're wanting to run off and do other things. But we're not in any hurry right now, so we're just gonna do what we got to do. Let's see. Read that last comment there, Forge, in just a second. Alright, so we have got the cow pasture done. Perfect. Raise that up. Raise this up. Now, does that naturally reset? It does. Okay. So I wonder if I'm going to have to adjust that every single time. If I have to adjust that every time, I'm probably not going to worry about adjusting it. I'll keep it in the tighter swath kind of thing. Close that. Let's get out to the sheep field, and then I'll catch up with the chat. Right here. Okay. Forge says, I'm not for it, haha. I feel like Howie from Benchwarmers, where he doesn't want to leave the closet. Nice reference. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's very easy just to kind of hunker down, and yeah, see, it did reset to its kind of original state. So I'm not gonna bother. Oh, fold down, turn on. It's very easy, once you get, a good chunk of snow and whatnot, just to kind of hunker down and say, you know what, nope, just nope out and not deal with the cold and the wind and the snow and all that stuff. Especially, if you have to drive somewhere and it's especially nasty out. Yeah, it's just one of those where it's very easy just to come up with excuses just to hunker down and cozy up kind of thing. But actually, funny story. So back in 2010, the company that I worked for ended up shutting down the office that was in my local area, and they had offered for myself to move to Georgia, where they were basically setting up their new headquarters. And at the time, I was dating my girlfriend, now wife, um, and was telling her, it's like, look, I don't want to do long distance. I don't want this relationship to end, kind of thing. So if it basically was saying, look, I want you to come with me. Long story short, and it was one of those where it worked out very nicely, where she agreed to come with me, and we were dating for less than a year at that point. So it was one of those kind of was very, very confident in the relationship. Personally, myself, I was confident in the relationship at that time, and knew that I wanted it to continue into the future, kind of thing. Well, after we had moved up there, we had experienced my first snow in many years. It was back in 2011. And the reason I can remember this is that everybody in Atlanta, because that's where we moved to, is just north of Atlanta, was making such a big deal about this particular snowstorm, because it snowed 3 inches. And everybody was just losing their minds about how the snow, it literally shut down the entire city. Nobody was doing anything. They weren't equipped to handle 3 inches of snow. They didn't have salt trucks. They didn't have, anything that was necessary to clear out anything. So the entire city just basically turned into a ghost town. And I looked at Meg and told her, like, hey, why don't we go out for a drive? And she's like, oh, everybody's making a real big deal about this. Do you think it's, it's safe? I'm like, yeah. I'm from Michigan. I drive in this stuff all the time. Before moving to Florida and then to Georgia. This is the first snow I've dealt with in a few years, but it's like a bike. You don't forget, kind of thing. You just know you got to slow down and act accordingly, kind of thing. Well, we ended up driving around, and we're literally only 2 people on the roads. There's nobody. It is like a ghost town. I've never seen such a big area like that with nobody in it. It was almost like a scene from The Walking Dead, where nobody was around. Like, you're in this big city and nothing is moving. It just felt weird, like almost ominous. And I ended up taking her to the local Walmart, and it's like, hey, watch this. And I start gassing it, because it's nothing but a sheet of ice in the parking lot. Just nothing but a sheet of ice. And she's losing it in the passenger seat. She's like, oh my God, oh my God. And she's just, freaking out. If you kill me, my dad will kill you. And like the quote that she had was just absolutely hysterical. I'm just sitting there just giggling, because I'm gassing it and I'm spinning in circles, and she's just kind of, she's having fun, but she's just kind of overplaying it, kind of thing. And it was just one of those, like, it was just a fun time, being able to just kind of go out and having the whole city to ourselves. It was wild. Now, I will say it was a bit hairy, because anybody who's actually been through Atlanta and been in that area, it's very hilly. So the driving, I will say, is rather different than driving where I was from in Michigan, because in Michigan, yeah, you get hills, but they're relatively, minor, to where in that particular area that we were in just an area just north of there called Roswell, and it's rather hilly. Some of the roads are very, very hilly, and if you don't have the right amount of traction, you might not make it on the other side of that hill, kind of thing. So, especially if you're going slow, taking it safe, and not only are they hilly, but they're twisty, turny kind of hills. So it's one of those. It can be rather intense driving. It was certainly different than what I was used to, but all the same rules kind of apply when you're driving in snow and ice. Take your time, slow down, make sure that you have more space in front of you than what you would normally have, or even more than what you would even think that you need.
You don't need to ride on somebody's, tail just to make sure that you're going to get to your places on time. Give yourself an extra 30 minutes, you know, leeway to give yourself extra time to get from point A to point B, kind of thing. It's just all things that should be relatively common sense, but in a world where common sense is no longer common, um, I don't know. One of those where I guess it needs to be said. Let's see. I'll get on the chat here. There we go. Forge says, so I'm a newbie to this franchise. When are we getting FS24 or FS25? And is there going to be a different mechanic and or mechanics? So Forge, so basically, and I completely whiffed on this one. Um, Basically, the way that it works, and this is to my understanding, we get like every 3 year cycles for this version of the game. So in this instance, we had FS19, Farming Simulator 19, and then we had FS22 um, for consoles, PCs, things like that. And then on the following years, so in this case, it was I think it was FS23 was the kind of mobile version of the game, and you get that kind of 1 year offset for the mobile versions. But we're starting to anticipate Giants beginning to announce FS25 here in the not too distant future, and probably within, I'd say, a year, we're going to have FS25 is kind of the main path that has been going down. So we've had FS22, FS19, there was FS17, 15, and so on and so forth. But this is kind of the first year where we've had like that kind of 3 year break. Because like I said, we went from 19 to 22. And now we're anticipating 22 to 25. But regarding mechanics, I mean, they're adding things to the game like consistently. Like we had, and it seems like maybe a minor thing, but traffic splines like were always a thing. But what was newly added in this game that was kind of revolutionary, it has its bugs, it has its issues, but we have now computer traffic splines to where we can actually take our equipment and have the computer send it from one place to another for us. We don't actually have to drive equipment from one place to another, which is really nice. If you're trying to multitask and do a whole bunch of things all at once, you can just kind of send bits of equipment from one place to the next, all on their own. Big things that they worked on from 19 to 22 was the way that the animations looked. So the biggest one, and the one that where people made the most like kind of awe about, was the hay. The hay animation was a huge improvement from the years past. Um, so to make hay, you cut grass like I'm doing here, and then you go over it with a tedder, and then the tedder will then flip the hay and dry it out, and then you have hay. Well, that was one of the biggest animation changes, and the one that a lot of people made a huge, I don't want to say fuss, but you know, pointed out as one of the biggest kind of improvements, kind of thing. Then we also got productions. So we started in FS19 to see some modders really kind of dip their toe into the process of making productions. And what a production is are buildings like what you see there with the green top on it. It's a place where you can take products. So I can take the grass from my fields here, put it into this facility, and this facility will then turn it into other products such as hay and silage. So that's what a production is basically an area that produces something else from a product that you deliver. And based on recipes and stuff like that, it can be more complex depending on what you do. So I'm going to show you the screen. that is there. So this is the farm production, that green top building that I was talking about. And you can see that this will produce all these different things here. So we can produce liquid fertilizer, solid fertilizer, herbicide, seeds. And actually, Cavalier Roy made this particular production point. So just kind of giving you a shout out there, Roy. Um, so this one I absolutely adore because of, one, all the different things that can be produced. But what it does is, if you look in the middle of the screen there, you can take the recipe that's listed there in the middle. So 2, 2, 4, and 2. So what those symbols are is 2 digestate, 2 slurry, 4 methane, and 2 water. And then you come out with fertilizer as an output. So it's one of those things where you can take these combination of things, or single of things. Like this here, you can make water by taking snow and making water. It's a 1-to-1 kind of ratio there. But you can take these individual products and make them into something else. So it's really useful in that aspect, because it makes it easier for us to just get the products that we need and want around the farm. To whereas in years past, they were starting to tiptoe around those things. And what they were doing is they were using the animal system to then produce the necessary outputs that we wanted. So what they would do is they would take an animal like this here, like a horse, pen or pasture, and then they would change the outputs. So what would normally be an output for a horse, if you had everything else set up properly, is you put in straw and you get out manure. Well, they would just change it up and say, we'll put this in and get that out, kind of thing. But the problem is that the animal pens, you're only allowed to have X amount of animal pens on any given map. I think it was 10. So you would have map makers that would kind of utilize those to do other things with. But the problem is that you would only have room for so many of those. If I'm not mistaken, map makers like Alien Jim were doing things like that, where they would utilize the animal system to kind of create their own productions. There's certainly other map makers, I just can't think of them off the top of my head. Let's see. So yeah, that was another of the big updates from 19 to 22. And that one there was an actual game changer. Another thing that Giants implemented as a part of the kind of base game, as opposed to it being in years past, it was a mod that other mod makers had made, was the implementation of seasons. And what seasons is exactly what it sounds like. Is you can see here up in the top right hand corner, I'm in the month of September, and you can start to see the leaves starting to turn that kind of orangey brown kind of thing. That's all part of the seasons, is that it just shows summer, winter, fall, spring kind of thing. And you've got certain trees and certain aspects of the game that change in those seasons. To whereas FS19 had it as a kind of standalone mod, and a independent mod maker made the seasons mod. Now the mod, I will say, did a heck of a lot more than what Giants did with this version. So for an example, the seasons mod, when you installed it, would allow you to change geos. So you had independent data points that would affect the time at which you could plant, at the time at which you could harvest, and things along those lines. Oh, and we're starting to get some rain. What is the rain going to do today? How is that? Oh, just a couple hours. Okay, that's fine. But so just like what we get here, we get the kind of harvest calendar that we can plant in and harvest in. Well, you can download independent geos depending on the map or depending on your play style. So if you had a map that was like here in Ireland, you can download a geo that would allow you to have crop calendars and harvest and planting seasons that was kind of indicative of that area instead of using Giants base game. To where this year it's more, you don't get the access to geos like you did in years past, but you get the map makers. They'll tend to customize the crop calendar right base in the map. So it's one of those where it's really really changed from year to year. But other things that the Seasons mod did that the Seasons that's integrated into Giants doesn't do is when you mowed grass, like what I'm doing here. In the base game, like right now, I could leave this grass here and not touch it. And it's going to sit there until I do something with it. I could sit there and just keep mowing and mowing, mowing, building up and building up and building up as the grass is available, kind of thing. But to where in Seasons, it added a degrading factor that what would happen is if you left the grass on the field for too long, it would start to disappear, and it was basically rotting, simulating rotting. What also happened is it changed the way that you harvested grass. So if you wanted to make things like hay, you would first have to ted the grass, and it would turn a slightly lighter green, and that would indicate that it wasn't hay yet. It was still grass, but it was basically grass stage 2 is what we could call it. And what that was, you had to basically just sit there and let it sit in the sun for X amount of time, and then once that time passed, it would turn into hay. It was basically simulating just drying out and making hay. Well, this year we just have the basic mechanic of run it over with a tedder and then it's hay kind of thing. We don't have that kind of mechanic anymore where it will eventually turn into hay or be in stage 2 of grass and then stage 1 of hay. So there's a bunch of things that were added, some things that were, quote unquote taken away, even though it was not necessarily taken away, just not accounted for because of it being an independent mod. But yeah, I mean, there's tons of things, and a lot of people speculate as to what could be part of 25 or what could be. I mean, just like they do with any new game that comes out, there's like all these like wish lists and things. Oh, I'd love to see this, I'd love to see that, or whatever. But I mean, honestly, I have no clue. I don't know if anybody really does who isn't like a direct worker from Giants as to what could be in 25 or what could be happening. And if there's anybody out there in that knows any different, correct me, because I haven't seen anything as of yet as to what could be in 25 or what will be in 25. Or I don't even think 25 has even been announced. But yeah, tons of people are already coming out with wish lists like, oh, I hope this is in this, I hope this is there. One other thing that was drastically improved that received a bunch of love in this year's version was the tree mechanics. So a lot of people will dedicate their gameplay to cutting down trees and forests and all that stuff so they can actually make areas their own. And that's what I'm going to be doing here soon, is the property that's across the street in the next field that I'm going to be harvesting, or I'm going to be mowing, right over across the street there. See all those trees in the background? I own that property now. I'm going to be cutting out a lot of those trees in the coming episodes and doing something with them. I'm not quite sure as to what I'm going to do with them, but one of those that I know I'm going to do something. I'm gonna be figuring that out, kind of thing. So just gonna have to figure it out and kind of go from there. But I mean, it's just so many things were improved from 19 to 22. Some of the improvements that were in the trees we got from the Platinum expansion, where we got auto-targeting headers for our cutting machines. We've got the ability to kind of use chains to strap onto various bits of equipment. or I'm sorry, various bits of logs and stuff, so we can kind of drag them around if they're in like a difficult area that we can't necessarily get to. We can hook up a winch and pull them out. So all sorts of different things that have been improved. Let's see. Forge also says, "Well, shoot, that's awesome. Looks like some solid changes are coming. What is one thing you would want to see added?" Ooh, um, I'll be honest with you, I'm not quite sure. You know what? One thing that was added that was not something that was on my radar, but I absolutely loved was the auto strap feature of headers. So in years past, in FS19, we had the ability to use header trailers. Well, the header that sat on the trailer was not attached in any way to the trailer, so you had to drive incredibly slow, incredibly steady to make sure that you weren't going to lose your header. Well, this year we had a locking mechanism that was added to the game to where you set the header onto the trailer, it eventually snaps in place, and you have the ability to then drive around and not be as cautious. Now, if you go driving around and you smack into something, it will still like fall off the trailer, but you have to give it like such an incredible uh, like hit off of something that it'd be unrealistic for it not to have come off, kind of thing. So it's one of those that was a really awesome ad and something I would love to see added. I love when Giants gives us the ability to have new crops. So the premium expansion that gave us the red beets, parsnips, and carrots, I like that. I like being able to have new crops and new kind of things to kind of deal with. So I'd love to be able to see maybe some other kind of crops that could be added. I'm not quite sure what. I know a lot of crops that are commonly added to modded maps are things like triticale, rye, rice. That's another one that I see added a lot, especially in like South American maps and things like that. What else? You know what? Something I would like to see added. That was something else that was new to this game as well. Was the use of grapes and olives, and that really kind of specific crop type, where we then had the ability to process it into things like grape juice and raisins and for grapes, but then we also had like olive oils and things along those lines. What I would like to see done is to make those crops more relevant, because right now, unless you're going to dedicate yourself to kind of a vineyard operation, there's not really any kind of point or purpose to those crops, and I would like to see them be kind of made more relevant to the game, because all we really have is oils, like base game I'm saying, oils and the grape processing unit to make raisins and grape juice. But other than that, there's no real big harvesters that deal with grapes and olives. There's no real big just outside of the Antonio Carrero pack that we got halfway through, and partially the Oxbow pack, there really hasn't been anything to do with grapes and olives. There's been just kind of a, like, here it is. I want to get that little swath right, that little bloop right there. So I wouldn't mind seeing something done about that to make it a little bit more relevant, and to make it slightly easier would be nice as well, because there's a lot of collisions. I mean, naturally there's going to be lots of collisions with the poles and all that stuff that are kind of inside the vineyards and and all that stuff, but it's almost too difficult to do. You get snagged on one thing, and then all of a sudden it's just, you know, completely downhill from there. So that wouldn't be a bad thing to see. You know, kind of some love and attention paid to that aspect of it would be nice. Some other things that I would like to see, and anybody who's out there in the chat, go ahead and you know, tell me what you think. What would you love to see added to, you know, potential FS25 or whatnot? Um, I would like to see, now that we've got the kind of auto targeting on logs and stuff like that, I would like that added to all equipment across the board as a kind of standard. Um, that would be nice, being able to see that. A couple of chunks I'm gonna have to come back and get. That's all right though. What else? I'd like to see auto targeting on all equipment across the board. Would like to see. Oh, you know what? Animals. Why not the animal system that was added in Valley Spring? That, to me, would be an amazing ad across the board. So Valley Springs is a map that was independently created and put onto the mod hub. And what was added in that map that is on, was like the pioneer for this, were babies. Were baby animals. Now, babies we're used to, you know, base game. So if I take a look at this, we look at the sheep here. We've got our first set of sheep here. They're 13 months old. Those are our adults, and they're within their reproduction cycle, and they're just going to keep producing more and more. Well, they already produced babies here. These are 1 month old babies. But they look exactly the same as the adults. There is no distinction between the adults and the babies. They look the same. It would be awesome if Giants took the kind of start that the map makers of Valley Springs did and use that in base game, to where we would then have an actual lamb instead of adult sheep as the representation, and only have, you know, this as their kind of distinction. Because again, you can see how the adults, they have a reproduction, they're 20% through the reproduction cycle. Once they get to 100%, we're going to have 115 more new sheep. But these are babies. They're 1 month old, and they're going through puberty. They have to get through 100% of puberty, and then they go into the reproduction cycle kind of thing. But again, they look no different than the adults. So if I go over to that particular shed, let's see, this is a 13-month-old. And if I keep running around, I might find one that's a 1 month old. There we go. So that's a 1 month old, and the one over there is a 13-month-old. There is no visual representation, no visually difference between these two sheep other than their age. Their age is the only thing that's different in the cycles that they're going to go through. So it'd be really cool to see that kind of integrated into the base game kind of thing. Is even if they only give us the 5 animals that we have right now, because that was the other thing that was added in as well, is there were more animals added in Valley Springs. So we got things like ducks, we got things like rams and goats, we got bulls. So we got males and females. That would be something else that would be really cool, is to have the differences between the two. Having the reproduction cycle based off of having those said animals. So right now, well, I'll use the chickens as an example. Chickens, I have all female chickens right now. If I go in here, you can see I just have these chickens. There's roosters here, but you don't need roosters in order to reproduce your chickens. They're just kind of there. And they're just kind of doing their thing. If I go into the animals again and look at the chickens, you can see I just have these. I have 1,000 chickens. And actually just got new chickens. Sweet. So I'm got 1,000 chickens now. That's awesome. and I'm gonna have to, oof, I'm gonna have to make sure that I get more grain. Um, but they're just going through their reproduction cycles, to where in Valley Springs, you don't require to have males and females in order to have reproduction, but in the Seasons mod from last year, I think that was part of the Seasons mod from last year, is having the males and females in order to have reproduction. So that would be kind of cool. But again, I mean, having males and females is really cool, because then you can have a entire pen of, let's say, cows, and you can have an entire pen of male bulls that are meant for beef, and then you can have an entire pen of females that are intended for milking. So you can have a pasture of males and a barn of females, and have all the different barns and buildings and setups that we have as kind of independent, like they have their own independent function kind of thing that they would normally have in real life. And there would be times where you would separate the males from the females. You'd have times that you do all these kind of things, and it would just make more sense, in game, because this is farming simulator, keyword being simulator. It would be nice to have that kind of additional layer of simulation kind of thing. So, I don't know. I think those would be really cool ads, to add those kind of things that we got as an independent mod, to be thrown into base game. I think that'd be really cool. And I do see that Giants, they really do a good job at kind of looking at what the community is doing and adding it to their kind of base game. They do a very good job, better than a lot of other manufacturers and game producers, of listening to their community and doing what they can with the feedback that their community gives them. And I'm going to give a shout out to the community as a whole. Is that the community I've come across up until this point in my YouTube career has been absolutely fantastic. It's been probably one of the most positive communities that I've ever been a part of. No, I know that there's people out there that are bad. I've seen it. I've come across it many times. Not come across it many times, but I have kind of in my periphery have come across it a time or two, kind of thing. But for the most part, it's overwhelmingly positive, and it's great that Giants, one, has created an area where people can come together and have that positive experience, but at the same time are willing to listen to said community when they bring something to them, and are going to do their best to try and integrate it or make it a part of the game as a whole. I really like that. I like that a lot. There we go. All this is said and done. Let's pull that up. Nope. Want that down, because there's a couple areas over here that we're hung up on. Let's see. Do that. Oh, there was one just behind me. Yes, there it is. And I thought I saw a chunk back here that I missed. Maybe not. Alright, well, I'm sure I'll find it when I go and get the forage pickup. Whoa. So this tractor is just not quite big enough to handle this set of equipment. When everything's folded down and there's no weight that's being distributed to the tractor itself, it drives just fine. But the way it is right now, it's just not that stable. And it's because the rear deck mower is significantly heavier than the front deck, which makes sense. Let's back up just a little bit more. Oh, no. Detach. There we go. Yeah, and you can see just a significant drop when I let that rear mower go. Whew, yeah, there we go. And there we go. Now we're going to get our forage pickup and our trailers. I think this forage pickup might spit into both trailers at the same time. This is actually going to be a cool little test. I've actually not done this with this set of trailers. And Roy actually pointed out, Roy, and I don't know if you're still out there or not, but you pointed out how the trailer I had before likely had just a weird trigger as its kind of point there. Yeah, that's pretty much all I can think of would be the... Wait, what? Oh, wait. Why do I have beats in there? What is going... You know what? It's 50 liters. I don't care. But that trailer had to have had a weird trigger in it or something, because it just... Yeah, this set of trailers, these are the TARDIS trailers. So this is another modded trailer, but it's based off of base game trailers. You know, you got the Kloss trailer in the front and the is it the Rudolph in the back. These ones work just fine. I've not had a single issue with either of these. So it's just one of those just kind of weird scenarios that I was running into. I should pull in just a bit more, and then there we go. All right, now we're talking. Now we're going to pick up all this grass and take it out to the chemistry set, as I call it. Working out really nice. I should get something like 55,000 liters, I think. I hope that... I really hope that the forage pickup will adjust as necessary. But we'll see. Kind of see how this goes. All right. But yeah, Forge, you should definitely check this game out, because it's one of those that I really got hooked on this game as a kind of stress reliever. You know, don't get me wrong, I like playing other games and whatnot, but the older that I'm getting, the more that a lot of other games just get me more stressed out than help me relax, kind of thing. But this one I can just kind of kick on, sit back, relax, you know, maybe listen to some YouTube in the background, or you know, or something, you know, just put on an audiobook and just kind of kick back, relax, and just enjoy what it is I'm doing. Which, I mean, is not often that you can kind of say, oh, no. Oh, wait, is it adjusted? Did it adjust? Oh, I think it did. Oh, I think it did. Yeah, no. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Lame. Alright, well, here, let's do this. So it looks like... long as I'm not kind of going at it straight. Slalom, slalom, baby. Oh my goodness, it's like I'm the drunken farmer. Alright, might have reached my capacity. Oh, wait. Alright, well, now that I've officially pretty much made patches all over my field. But no, like I was saying there, Forge, you should definitely check this game out. I remember you seemed interested when you were over one time, and I was showing it to you. But it's definitely a game where you can just kind of kick back, relax, and just do your own thing. And what's really nice is that you can really get creative. If you're like a really creative person, you can do so much with being able to just make things your own. Like I said, this map, and again, I'm going to keep crowing about this map, Roy, because this is an amazing map. Is by far the most modular map, full set and stop, in the game. And what I mean by that is you can really kind of pick and choose. It's almost the whoa, easy. It's almost the a la carte of maps. So if I take a look at the map, I'll kind of elaborate what I'm talking about here. So over here is a farm. This is one of the, what, 3 or 4, let me think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 farms that are on this map. There might be more, but there's quite a few farms. But this is kind of the main bulk farm area, and if you purchase this portion of the farm, certain triggers will come up. But then you have this area here, which I think is a chicken barn, that you can purchase, and you don't have to purchase it with the main farm. You can purchase this field here, which I think is the cow barn. You have a pig field over here, and I think this, or this, I can't remember which, is a sheep field. So you can purchase kind of a la carte what you want to deal with, what you don't want to deal with, and kind of go from there. It's really, really nice. And the same thing with my farm here. This is the main farm area. This is the sheep pasture here. You got the cow pasture, which you had to purchase independently. You also have the kind of chicken pasture here, which I think is a part of the main farm. And then you have this pasture here, which is for the horse. So it's just, you have to purchase all these components individually, but it's not like these components are that expensive. $59,000 for the main farm, $63,000 for the cows, $48,000 for the sheep. You've got the chickens here for $4,000 and $32,000 for the horse. So I mean, it's relatively inexpensive. It's not that huge of a deal to kind of scroll up for and get. I mean, it's really nice. It's really nice. And it really offered, like, this particular series that I'm doing, it offered the opportunity to be able to go onto a different farm other than the starting farm, which the starting farm is right here, and kind of do something to make this particular gameplay special to itself, kind of thing. You know, there may be other gameplays out there that's using this particular farm or this, or whatever, but they're not going to have the same setup as I am. I mean, just by its very nature. And yeah, it's a really nice kind of setup, and really nice being able to have that kind of independence with this particular map. I'm just going to dump off that rear trailer. It's just going to get in the way. It's going to limit my capacity by about 25,000, but I think it's just going to be more of a headache than it's worth. You know what I could do? I could bale it and get a bale trailer. Didn't I buy a bale trailer? I thought I bought one. I guess not. You know what? That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. We're just going to buy a bale trailer and just bale it, because this is just getting to be... There we go. Disconnect. Drop that there. We mainly use this forage pickup for the straw on the contract fields. It works out real nice in that capacity. Actually, I'm going to show the forage. I was mentioning this earlier, but I'm going to show it again. Or not show it again, but I'm going to kind of show it this time. So one of the special things that was added to this year's version of the game is the PC being able to take your equipment from one place to another. So again, it's not perfect. It's very kind of buggy and glitchy. But you just kind of have to play with it and figure it out how you can get it to work. But you can set up a target as to where to go. And there they go. They're going to take that set of equipment over there. And now I can... Oops, didn't mean to turn it off. Come back here and get all the equipment I need in order to do my bales. And you know what? I should have been doing this anyways, because I've got the silage additive in the baler. So I'm going to get more product off the fields just because of that little bonus I get with the silage additive. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. I might as well top it off because I'm making silage additive. I guess not. I guess I have to get it out from there using the trailer, and then it's not a big deal. I got plenty to spare. I don't have to have it right now. Forge, Abby says hi. Hey, Abby, how's it going? Let's see. So let's go into the field. Oh, by the way, Abby, Meg tells me that I made you do a spit take the other day. I'm rather proud of that myself. Little inside humor there. Let's see. Let's lower that down. Let's unfold and lower. Oh, gotta unfold it. Now can turn it on. There we go. Now we're talking. And this will be a lot faster too, because I'll be able to get more than one. What was I thinking? Why was I... My brain. Oh, there we go. Got one. I tell you what, I absolutely love this baler, this stacker. This thing is awesome. You get to make the big bales, which is fantastic. But then at the same time, you can stack all the bales on top of each other, so you make less trips around the field. Oh, 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 no, 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 no. Come on. There we go. Got it. Got it. So it's really nice not to have to, like, if you're stacking one, like, not stacked, but if you're putting one bale down at a time and you just, bale, 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 bale all over the place, you're having to hit each and every single one of those bales, especially if you have, like, oh, it's yelling at me. There it goes. I was gonna say, especially if you have a auto stack baler, not an auto load, but auto stack. So for those who don't know the difference between the auto load and the auto stack, the auto load are the ones that just kind of, you drive around and you get next to the set of equipment, or not the set of equipment. You get next to the bale, and all of a sudden just like absorbs it into the trailer. That's the auto load. Where is my tractor? Oh, there it is. What is it doing there? Oh. Huh. So that's a thing. Come on. There we go. Now we're talking. See, again, like I said, it's one of those where you can get those kind of oddities that happen, but I swore I bought a bale trailer. Bale loader. Huh. I guess I'm wrong. I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. Anyways, so an auto load is one where it just kind of absorbs the bale into the trailer. An auto stack is the one where you actually get the mechanics that will grab the bale, load it onto the trailer, and you actually see like the visual representation. It works essentially the same as an auto load, but you have to wait through the animation of it getting onto the trailer, to where an auto load just kind of boom, it's there. Like you're not having to sit back and wait. You just drive by and it's there, kind of thing. But if you have an auto load trailer, it works really nicely with this, because all you have to do is just drive by the stack and it just absorbs everything in one quick swoop. You're not having to drive by all the individual bales. So like right now, if I had these all loose on the ground, I'd have to drive by 8 separate bales, to where now I'm only having to drive by 2. So again, it's the great thing about this game is you can sit there and try and figure out and get all these different ways to just make things easier, and the easier that you can make them, the more time you save. The more time you save means that the more money that you have the opportunity to make. Forge says, I want to be able to build my own tractor. Now that would be cool. Now we can kind of do that. You can modify and specify things that you want to have on your tractor. Like you can't necessarily build it from scratch or anything like that, but if you go into the build menu, I'll use the Valtra as an example, because I have the modded Valtras here. We'll look at the T series that I have, or no, the Q is going to be the next one I get. But you can kind of trick it out in different ways. So right now, this one has a front 3-point link. You can change it into a front weight and put on different weights on there, as you can see, up to 900 kilograms for the front weight. You can have different engine sizes. So you can have 230 horsepower, 245, 265, 285, 305 for this particular tractor. You can put on different wheel brands. So you can have like BKT, Vaderstein, Nokian, Trailerborg, Michelin, Continental, Midas. And then you can have different kinds of wheels. So you can have like tire pressure controls, wides. It all depends on the modder. These are modded tractors from the base game. You can have wides with weights, so on and so forth. You can have dualies in the rear, twins all the way around. You can have different roof configuration. Again, it all depends on the modder and what they made. You can have, like this one has the ability to have reverse driving. So you see that little steering wheel in the rear right there. So you can swivel your seat around and drive in reverse, but facing forward. You can have a different window style, one with a bar, one without a bar. You can have stowage setup. So you can see that little cubby in the back there. You can have different interior designs, different beacon lights. Let's see. You can have one with a speed decal. Oh, I'm trying to... There we go. In the back. You got warning signs. You got the European warning signs because Valtra's a European manufacturer. I think there's... Are they Swedish or Finnish? I can't remember. Different types of carpet. We zoom in there. Let's see. Front end loader attachers. You got the Isera Pro Compact, which is a sensor for like fertilizers and stuff like that. You can have different colors. Little pink tractor running around the farm with a blue roof. Different side grills. You can have different rim colors. You know, so you can do all sorts of stuff, and you can put license plates and stuff. So it's one of those like you can kind of tweak the tractor to your own needs and to your wants and desires. And the modded tractors give you that kind of better ability to do that. Not all of them will, like to lesser degrees than others, but depending on what depending on what modder is making the mod, you can get some really good, some cool little additions. And then this particular Valtra, because this is from the same pack, I can actually do things with this that kind of the base game stuff won't allow you to do. So I can roll up and down windows. I can open windows. I can open the doors. I can have like a light that turns on in cab when I open the door, kind of thing. It's just, you know, silly little things that you don't necessarily think of until, you know, you hop in and get to see all the cool little things that this particular mod does. But I decided to do Valtra tractors for this particular series. I don't know why, just decided that's what I was going to do. So let's go ahead and turn that off, and we can fold that up. There we go. That was another addition here recently that we got with the bale count. So up in the top left-hand corner, you can see all the bale counts. So this particular baler, I've made 344 different bales with this one. You can reset the bale counter if you want to, you know, I think it's the one on the left. You can set that to 0. The one on the right will always be the most bales that you, or all the bales that you made, to where you get kind of like a trip counter almost, kind of like with a car. So that's another nice little feature that was added. Just kind of a running counter. Let's see, let's get... Alright, you know what, Forge? Drinking and driving can cause this. Yes, 100% that looks like what happened here, because they're even facing the wrong way. Must have been a hit and run from a different driver. Alright, let's go ahead and get up there. We'll get the bale trailer. I normally don't buy equipment on these live streams because that's more of a story-driven aspect, but want to be able to get the bales. So let's see. I swore I bought this trailer here. Want auto load. No, I don't need beacons. Work lights, I definitely want work lights. And yeah, I like the... There we go. Let's see. Forge also says, I want to put a 305 on a John Deere and quad tires. Yes, sir. That's nice. I like riding lawnmower sizes. Nice, dude. That's awesome. Michael, Farming Simulator 2009. We need nostalgia. Oh. Unfortunately, I am only new to this as of 2019, so 2009's a little bit before my time. But that's okay, though. It's one of those... nostalgia definitely has its place. Definitely could stand to use some nostalgia. Let's see. One thing I like about... Whoa, easy there. One thing I like about this trailer that a lot of other trailers don't give you the option to do is... If you look under the help menu at the top left-hand corner there, you can see selected work mode, Pro versus Easy. So what I really like about this trailer, and I wish more modders would do this, is it basically creates a trigger size. The Pro mode is a smaller trigger size than the Easy mode. And what it does is, in Easy, the trigger size is large. So all you have to do is just drive past these stacks of bales, or in my case, the stacks of bales. But it also just makes it, easy. It makes it to where you just drive by and you pick it up and it's good. Pro mode shrinks it to where the trigger is right over the trailer. So you have to take your set of equipment, grab the bales, bring it to the trailer, and bring it up over the top of the trailer for it to actually kind of grab it, kind of thing. And I really, really like that because it kind of gives you the best of both worlds, where you can have that kind of auto load feature where it's going to lock it all down. You don't have to be meticulous in stacking and all that stuff. But at the same time, it just, like I said, it just gives you the best of both worlds. You don't have to necessarily be so precise with your loading and your stacking kind of thing. And allows you to kind of move on a little bit quicker, but still gives you that ability to kind of have that simulation of stacking. So we're gonna do that, put it into operating. So I've got it in easy, and I can just literally drive by these stacks and there it goes. Just kind of absorbs everything into it. So really nice. I do like that. But if I were to change that to Pro, I'm right next to it. The same thing that I did before. Change it back. Boop. It's just a cool little feature, and I really think that that's an underrated feature for these auto load trailers, and I wish that more modders would put that in. Now, I don't know if that's like it requires like special permissions from modders or anything like that. I don't know how all that works, but it would be very nice. It would be very, very cool as just an additional option to have. We'll go ahead and drop this off, and then we'll continue making all the bales. Let's see. Just like that. And bam. Absorbed. Now if I go here, Just want to take a look. Wow, we still have 417,000 liters of grass from all the work we did previously, and we're stacked up on hay. This facility is full with hay. I can't put another liter in this, so we're only making silage right now. So, whoo, boy, we're doing something right. Let's see, so we want that on. There we go. We're bailing in the rain, just bailing in the rain. What a glorious feeling, I'm happy again. Ay, ay, ay. And yes, I know we wouldn't want to be doing this like in real life, bailing in the rain. You know, probably would not work very good with the equipment, but that's okay. We'll take some liberties every once in a while. Let's see, can I get to that little chunk in the corner? Come on, come on. All right, I think I got to it. Oof. Come on, turn. The only negative thing I can say about this tractor is because of the manual transmission, it just takes forever to feel like it actually gets up to speed. Like gets up and does what you want it to do. Let's see. Let me catch up with the chat. So Forge says, you got the tarp the hay or it'll get mold. Yep, that's true. Jody says, I'm back. Had to take my dad back home. Gotcha. Well, thanks for joining us again. Let's see. So we're going to keep making our way around. So like I've said before, I hope everybody's having a fantastic day so far. And actually, while it just crossed my mind, I need to give a shout out to my channel members. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. So, I want to thank all my Tier 2 channel members, starting with and ending with Mark K. Mark, thank you so much for being a Tier 2 channel member. And if you're interested in becoming a member of the channel, go ahead and check out the join button below, or the on the main channel page, or I'm sorry, in the link below, there's a join button, and in the description there is also a link to the channel memberships. You can gain access to things such as early access to edited content, specifically the Let's Plays and the channel shorts. You can also get things like custom badges, custom emojis, and get exactly what you just saw here. If you are a Tier 2 channel member, you gain access to get a shout out every single live stream that we do. So if you can, I greatly appreciate it. If you can't, I completely understand. And that is why I have it set up in this very specific way, to where it is not an exclusionary kind of club. It is just a way for people to be able to help the channel for help support the channel for its continued growth and sustainability. So I greatly appreciate everybody out there, and greatly appreciate my subscribers, my members, everything. I greatly appreciate all of you. Thank you all so much for stopping in tonight and hanging out. Not tonight. Wow, listen to me. I'm so used to always being on around 9:30 that yeah, it's odd to be here during the day. But no, thank you for stopping in today and hanging out. Like I said, hope everybody's having fun and, you know, enjoying the content so far. We're just doing a whole bunch of upkeep around the farm here. I completely spaced on the fact that we had mowing to do, and this is going to be probably the last mowing that we do for the season until we get into the next year. So this is going to work out rather nicely because we're full on hay. We don't have any hay to create because it's, you know, no room. we're going to be able to just focus on silage for a little while, which also means we're going to be able to focus on getting methane and all that. So works out really well. What I should consider doing too is taking the hay and silage that we do have and loading it into the cow barn, because we need to be able to keep up and keep pace with that cow barn. Let's see. Jody says, "I love the quick baler." Yes, the quick baler is it's an insane baler. If you're interested in kind of the unrealistic aspect of it, it's fantastic. And I didn't realize this until recently, but the quick baler got increased capacities. Where was I when that happened? I had no idea that the largest bale size for grass is like 50,000 liters or some ridiculous number. Like I was, it actually got given to me as a part of a contract here on Maypole, and I'm sitting there just driving around picking up the bale, or picking up the grass, and realizing, wow, these are just absolutely massive bales that it's making. So yeah, that was really cool, because then you're not having to drive around the entirety of the field with a whole bunch of bales stacked around everywhere. You're just going, again, kind of like what I'm doing here with the stacker, just going to small, portions of the map, or portions of the field, I should say, and just picking up, one or two bales as opposed to 50 or 60 and making several trips. Yeah, really, really like that. Let's see, let's turn, nope, didn't mean to do that. Turn that off, raise this back up so we can get through it here. Jody says, the become a channel member son. Sorry, Jody, I'm not. Oh, Forge, thank you, bud. I appreciate you becoming a member. If I remember right, you used to be a channel member. But I appreciate you becoming a tier 1. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Let's go ahead and hop back out. Close your fences. Close the fences. Dude, I just realized it stopped. Yeah, no, it stopped a little while ago, but hey, not a big deal. I greatly appreciate you rejoining. There we go. Let's go ahead and pull into the horse pasture. Lower this down. There we go. Yeah, I love this baler. It's so nice. Forge says, I got hacked and remembered I had to go a new card and account. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. I hate when that kind of crap happens. That stuff happened to my dad here recently. He had his account, like his I think it was his debit card, was picked up by somebody, and he had to go through all that rigmarole of the, going to the bank and having them cancel everything and load new cards and all that stuff. And it's just such a giant pain in the butt. It's one of those that it's such a nuisance that I really hope that if and when they catch people doing that kind of crap, that they really come down hard on them, because they don't realize, outside of, just the kind of general nuisance it causes. But I mean, if you get the wrong person, like, that can be extremely detrimental to people's lives. If you got somebody who's living like paycheck to paycheck and they need access to their card, and all of a sudden you take away their ability to access their money, like, it's a giant pain in the butt. And for some people, it's incredibly, incredibly more difficult than others. Especially if you got like senior citizens or things like that. And oftentimes, senior citizens tend to be the kind of victim of those kind of crimes more often than not, because they'll, either believe a sob story, or they'll, whatever the case may be. I mean, it could be one of hundreds of different reasons, but it tends to be a older demographic who gets hit up by those, and it's just really, really crappy thing to do. Go out and get a job, get a real job. Don't ruin other people's lives because you want to take the easy route. Ugh, just ugh. I don't know. I'm the kind of person that just crime in general, regardless of what it is. I don't care what the crime is. Just gets under my skin. It gets me really fired up. And even if the law is stupid, like you don't necessarily agree with the law or whatever, if it's the law, deal with it, get it changed, move on, kind of thing. But it's one of those, I have zero sympathy, for the most part, for when people break the law, kind of thing. Again, it just, I'm sorry, it just it gets me all kind of hot and bothered. What happened there? You see the bale in the background? It's all the way up against the hedge, and then the stack is floating. Huh. Let's see. Ford says new account numbers, auto pays, yeah, all jacked up, and it's wild. Um, it's it sucks. It absolutely sucks because you got to change everything around, especially in the world that we live in now, where everything's kind of tied to like auto pay and credit cards and all that stuff. Bills and stuff like. It's such a nightmare and such a nuisance. You don't realize how much it will affect you until you have to go through and actually deal with all the changes. You don't realize all the crap that you sign up for until you have to go through and change it all. And it's such a pain. Oops, keep changing that. And like I said, I have very little to no sympathy for when the law is broken. Regardless of how I feel about the law itself. Like, me personally, I don't much care about like marijuana laws and stuff like that as an example kind of thing. I don't necessarily think that, marijuana should be illegal or anything like that. Like, it should be treated kind of similarly, in my opinion, should be treated kind of similarly as alcohol. Now, that's just me personally. I don't much care about it, kind of thing. Is that if you're drinking and driving, that's criminal. And it should be severely and harshly punished. Drinking and driving and things like that. Same thing with being under the influence of marijuana. Under the influence of drugs or narcotics. If you're driving and under the influence, severe punishments, kind of thing. Because you're not just putting your own life at risk at that point. You're putting everybody around you at risk as well. And like that's one thing. But it's just, I don't know. If you're in a state where it's still the law, not to have like marijuana as the example, kind of thing. I don't feel bad when you are negatively affected by that law, because it's the law, kind of thing. That's plain and simple, and it's not difficult not to break it. I don't know. It just, one of those that it just, in the world of today, where everything we live through excuses, excusing behaviors, and excusing how, you know, oh well, I did this because, or whatever. Instead of taking responsibility for one's actions and whatnot, it just, I don't know, just really kind of grinds my gears, kind of thing. One thing that I found funny, to change topics really quickly. One funny thing that I really like about this baler and this auto stack thing that we got on the back of it, um, oh, and I will go back around in a minute, is that you can hear the little beeper going off when the stacker is full. That little horn that's going off in the background is letting you know, hey, I'm full, you need to empty me. You can hear it right there. But if I were to just keep baling, keep making bales, and not push them out into the baler, it'll eventually just pass through as if it was just a normal baler. Like, it just ignores that it's there. And I just find that funny. That it's just kind of a thing. There we go. Let's see. Jody says, "I feel bad not being not a channel member yet." Jody, dude, like I said, man, I get it. I get it, man. It's fine. You don't have to feel bad. Like I said, I greatly appreciate you just being a subscriber, being as active in the community as you are, active in the comments. You know, that helps me out a ton. Helps me out a ton. You know, like I said, bud, I greatly appreciate the sentiment, and I would love to have you as a channel member. And if one day you're able to do it, again, greatly appreciate it. Nothing to feel bad about. Nothing whatsoever. You know, like I said, it's one of those that it's set up in a way specifically that if, you know, if somebody can afford it, they like what I do as a content creator, and they want to help support the channel, they can. If they can't, they can't. I get it. I get it. Especially nowadays. Freaking nowadays, things suck. Life is way too expensive right now. You know, being a channel member, you know, showing support to a channel, that's a want. That's not a need, kind of thing. You know, you don't need to support me, kind of thing. I greatly appreciate anybody who does. But like I said, bud, you have nothing, absolutely nothing to feel bad about whatsoever. Like I said, I appreciate the sentiment. I really, like, genuinely, in my heart of hearts, I genuinely do appreciate it. I greatly appreciate you as just, you know, being who you are, being a subscriber, being a great friend of the channel. Always reaching out and saying, hey, how's it going? Love the content. Love the video. I greatly appreciate it. Like, genuinely, this isn't me just, you know, trying to you know, to make you feel good, kind of thing. This is me being 100% sincere. I greatly appreciate you. You're a great friend of the channel, and a great person. I greatly appreciate you. You know, don't feel bad. Like I said, you watching the content, you commenting, doing all that stuff, that it helps. It legitimately helps me and the channel. The more comments, the more views and all that stuff, it helps in the algorithms. It helps, you know, with reaching out to new people, and helps the subscribers, and all that stuff. Like, it genuinely does way more than what most people understand or realize or think, kind of thing. So, like I said, it's 100% fine. All right, I think I got all the things that I need to get. Do I? Whoops. Turn that off. Eject. Is there anything to eject? Nope. Doesn't look like it. Fold. Raise. Jody says you should never take other people's money. That is wrong to do. 100%. I mean, just shouldn't take anything that isn't yours. You know, that's, like I said, in the world that we live in, and things that you can see just in the everyday society, especially depending on where you live in the world. You know, it's worse in some places than it is others. You know, if people put in, you know, half of the amount of effort about complaining or just or even just flat out just stealing like they do, if they put in half the effort they put into those kind of activities as they would just going out and getting a job, improving themselves, or doing whatever they have to do to actually make things work, like in a legal way, like they'd be pretty well off. Like, most criminals, quote unquote, are not stupid people. They're most of the time they're really not. You know, oftentimes you have to be relatively intelligent to be able to come up with the schemes or the mechanisms in order to, you know, get a hold of, like, a credit card. You know, perfect example. Somebody who skims a credit card. You have to have some level of intelligence in order to do those things. But they're just not willing to apply themselves in a manner that is lawful. And it's ridiculous. They would rather just push the easy button and not be bothered, kind of thing. And it's just laziness. It's just sheer laziness. And it's stupid. It's just flat out, it's stupid. And it's wrong. You know, but we're in a time where not a lot of people are going to say what I'm saying right now, which is, if you break the law regardless of the law, you're wrong. You're wrong. It doesn't matter whether the law is good or bad or whatever. It's the law. Deal with it. Try and change the law if it's a bad law. If it's something that shouldn't be a law, try and change it. Convince people around you as to why it's a bad law, and then move on. But if you can't convince people that, hey, this is a bad law for this, that, and the other reason, if you can't get enough people to sign on to what you're saying, then that's society. That's the world you live in, and you need to operate within it. You don't get to just, you know, flaunt your nose at it just because you don't like it. You know, I feel like that should be a relatively common and straightforward kind of position. And it seems like, again, it seems like common sense is no longer common. And it's really sad. It's pathetic that there's so many things that are happening in this world today that kind of diverge from that kind of understanding. Like I said, I think there's plenty of laws out there that are stupid, that should be laws. I'm not going to just go out and just start breaking them just because I think they're stupid. Or just because I want a thing. You know, it's... If I want to do a thing, or if I want a thing, I'm going to go out and work towards getting it. I'm going to go out and try and hustle and figure out ways to get that thing. I'm not going to go and steal. I'm not going to go and, you know, rob from somebody. I'm not going to, you know, hit the easy button just because I want it. And if more people were willing to say, no, this isn't right, this isn't acceptable, and this is why this isn't acceptable, then I think things would be a lot different than they are right now. Oh, my goodness. Just running into stuff. Anyways, I don't know. It's one of those, like I said, Forge, you mentioning how you had to get, new cards and all that stuff. It reminded me of my dad's situation. My dad, he's a senior, and it's a pain. It's a giant pain. And yes, he's not necessarily out anything. He's able to call the banks and they refund him his money and all that stuff. And it's and the banks, responsible for prosecuting and all that stuff. But it's just one of those, it's ridiculous. It's flat out ridiculous because of, somebody, like I said, somebody just wanting to hit that easy button and not work, not have to deal with, what they have to do in order to get said thing for themselves. They'd rather just take it from somebody else who has worked. And it just drives me up a wall. It absolutely drives me up a wall to think that there are people out there who are willing to try and make other people into victims. Like actual victims. And not care about the destruction that they rain upon them, in their own personal life, kind of thing. Because like I said, there are times when, that can be absolutely devastating to people. If all you have is a bank card as a way to access your money, and let's say you don't have a mode of transportation or a reliable mode of transportation, all of a sudden your bank account is lifted and you have no access to your money, you have no money, period. You're sitting there fighting with the bank trying to get them to refund your cash or whatever. Well, I mean, if you live paycheck to paycheck or whatever, that could be an absolute devastation to you. Let me think about where I can store this. Kind of need a way, like an area tucked up out of the way. Ooh, what about right there next to the trees? Ooh, yes. Let's do this. Let me see if I can kind of flip this around right here, maybe? Look at that. Nice. Might as well top off the tank. What should we have? Oh, wow, we got tons of fuel in here. Perfect. Anyways, I'll get off of that little rant. Let's tuck this back in here. And then take a look at what we got in here. Ooh, wow, 720,000. So what that means, what's awesome about this, is because we're full on hay and we're only working on silage right now with the grass. Here, let's scroll down here. Grass. 720,000. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wow, I just realized something. So I have 720,000 liters of grass in here, but that's only, I don't know, less than a quarter of the capacity. So maybe this is like a 4 million liter capacity of grass. But I mean, it looks like we got like 910,000 liters of capacity, both silage and hay. So we're going to be able to have like a whole bunch of stuff in like the backlog and be able to like max these two spaces out without filling up the grass. So that's really nice. So we'll have like a bunch of capacity in the background kind of thing for when it comes time to actually start utilizing this product. That's pretty slick. I like that. I like that a lot. That's cool. Let's see, I gotta check something out here real fast. Okay. So now I think everything's kind of straightened up and taken care of here on the farm. Now we're going to start working on contracts. See, we've got a little bit of fertilizer there. There we go. So we're going to need some more fertilizer, but let's see. So pallets. Scroll to the right. Doot, doot. Fertilizer. There we go. Perfect. So let's see. This is... Okay, we have a baling contract for silage. So we're going to do that here in just a second as well. So we got 102 and 116. So 102 and 116. 102 is over by the eastern farm, and 116 is down south. So that works out just fine. Let's see. Need to check something really quick. Okay, so I'm going to take this to 102. I absolutely love fertilizer contracts, specifically for how I'm doing it here. So I take the fertilizer and I fill it up with the pallets, the one that I just used there from the, I think it's a farm supplies pack, because it's the $1,000 per 1,000 liters. So you can fill up this whole tub, 9,000 liters, for $2,000, and you get paid for the remainder after the contract's done. That's why I always, for fertilizer contracts, I always borrow equipment. I never use my own equipment because I get paid when everything's said and done. Wow, I really kind of whiffed on that one. But, and then once you, oops, I should turn on the manual rate so it's at the lowest. But then once you're done, you collect on the contract, you get that payout, and that payout is not cheap. Like, you get a significant portion of payout because it's paying you at the rate to reimburse you for the amount that you're giving back at the base game rate. So it's quite a bit. Again, I spent $2,000 on 2 pallets to be able to do this contract. Now, when everything's done, you'll see just how much money I make at the back end. And it's ridiculous. The amount of money that you make is absolutely insane. Let's see, we're right here, 40% done. And it's a nice little trick for you to be able to get, take a $10,000 contract, which I think this, or I'm sorry, $2,000 contract, and turn it into a $12,000, $13,000, $14,000 contract at the final payout. It's a huge chunk of money. Now, is it kind of cheaty? Yes. Yes, kind of. But it's no different than you buying the pallet and then selling it, kind of thing. So it's one of those. It's part of the mechanics. It's part of the game. It's not like I'm kind of manipulating anything. So this one I don't necessarily feel bad about. That, and you can never predict as to how much fertilizer you're going to need for any given field. Excuse me. For any given field. So it's one of those that it kind of just works out the way it works out. But I tell you what, I have to go use the little boy's room. I'm going to let the worker keep going. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. So sorry about that. I used up a bit more fertilizer because I let the worker go on, but my eyes were dancing there, so had to be done. So like I was saying, the contract was originally worth $2,795. I leased $419 worth of equipment, and I spent $2,000 on fertilizer as a product. The total payout, $15,407. I mean, it's a no-brainer to me. I mean, I spent less on fertilizer than the original price of the contract. I made, just by doing the contract, let's just say without the reimbursement, I still made what, $300 with the contract reward minus the lease minus the cost of the fertilizer. So that entire reimbursement, that 13 grand, boom, just like that, it's totally worth doing. Totally worth it. Now again, I understand if people kind of don't like it because it seems cheaty or anything like that. I get that. Um, and I can certainly understand where anybody would come from if they say, "Oh, that's cheating. You shouldn't do that," kind of thing. I could understand the argument, kind of thing, but it's one of those where, again, it's a mechanic in the game. It's a mod that allows us to buy fertilizer at a severely discounted rate. The way that my mind rationalizes it is that kind of supply and demand. You're going to find products that are going to be less price or less quality or whatever, therefore less price, whatever the case may be, and you then get reimbursed. You buy low, sell high, kind of thing. It's not outside the realm of possibility, kind of thing. So here, let me take a drink real quick. Oh, much better. So let's get one more pallet. Fertilizer. Top this off, and this one was 116 down in the south. So let me take a look. So the road follows this way. So 116 is way down here. Is this 116? This is 116 here. Okay, so come in down here, and it looks like I can enter. Okay, so really, that's where I'm going to go. And then I have a mowing contract to do after this. And after the mowing contract, so basically what I'm going to do with the mowing contract is what I've been doing, is just deliver from my personal sock and then just get the grass. Because again, with the baling and all that stuff, I can get that little grass bonus. And I'm producing more methane. So it's just, I'm restocking what I'm using, and then on top of that as well, I'm using all the byproduct as another form of payment kind of thing. So it works out really nice. When everything's said and done, it works out really nice. Oh, and there's the grass field back there that I need to mow. Oops. Let's see, so we're heading down. Heading on down. Oh, I did pass by it. Don't mind me, bakery, we're just passing through. Ta-da! Again, turning on manual, so you use just slightly less than you normally would. So you can see, and that's actually not even slightly less. So 18 kilograms per hectare is the application rate on the manual. If I didn't have it on manual, 172. So significantly less product. But because it's a contract, I don't have to do it to the precision farming specs that would be associated to this field kind of thing. So yeah, it just, if you use precision farming, make sure that you do this, because you can save tons of product and make it go much, much further than if you were to just kind of not. Yeah, little Big Daddy Dave top tip. if you play with precision farming and you're doing fertilizing contracts, if you're doing herbicide contracts like you know what, that just dawned on me. I don't think I've done a herbicide contract on this one. It's a weeding contract, but actually I can't even remember doing. I can't remember doing any other contract that would need you to actually turn on the manual application rate. Huh. Let's see. So we'll turn the worker on, get a good straight edge here. We'll be good to go. Be good to go. All right. So Jody, I meant to ask you, how things going with your wife? How's the pregnancy going so far? Things still looking good? I know you had an appointment. I think it was last week. You said that everything was going good so far. Let's see. So we're gonna, what, 2 more passes? It looks like. Yeah, 2 more passes. Actually, while this is doing that, I could be working on this. So I need to deliver its what? Silage? Silage to the farm productions. So I am going to hook up to this. Now watch this. This is what I tend to do in the background for things like this. So I'm going to run over here. Come back here and grab this. Oh, let me go. Let go. Now the great thing about the global transport pallet that I have here is you can see you can connect to it just like you know, a normal set of equipment. But what's really nice is that it has a 200,000 liter capacity. So, oops, did I go back too far? There we go. And we want to load with silage. So 200,000 liter capacity works out really good. We're just waiting for this fertilizing contract to finish. There we go. $17,000 for that one. Perfect. Now, do I have any other silage? Yes, I do. 2 of them. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to do this one. Oh no, it went away. How about this one? Okay, that one's good. The other 2 are hay. So I'm going to load up 200,000 liters of silage into this pallet here. And then I can use this to deliver to the various locations. Once I deliver to the various locations, then I can mow the grass, get that bonus from the silage additive from my baler, and just deliver the grass here. So I'm not out anything. I'm actually, you know, I'm going to have more product in the end. You can see I have 700,000 liters of grass. I'm probably going to have over 1 million liters of grass when these 2 contracts are up. Go ahead and catch a drink real quick. Ooh, that was really weak. Hold on. There we go. Sorry about that. I've got a large growler full of water with some of those, what is it, crystal light? Kind of like one of those flavor packets. You know, a big growler, it's got several of those packets in it. And I hadn't, must not have shaken it up to get it all dispersed properly. So I took a drink and it was like slight taste that wasn't just water. It was like, it's like a highly diluted fruit punch. There we go. So we're just gonna top this off. And then we're going to go to the not this one here at the farm. We're going to go to the bale market first. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I go to the bale market, I complete the delivery portion of that part of the contract. I then will come here and I can just let this dump out, complete whatever the delivery of that contract is, and then I can get to work while it's continuing to dump out. So I'm not having to sit there and babysit it. I'm just able to just kind of dump it and go kind of thing. Actually, I'll go ahead and accept. Yeah, let's go ahead and accept. Nope, guess not. Nope, also guess not. Okay, well, guess there's not a whole lot you can do if it won't let you take it. Well, at least we got the 2 contracts, so that's cool. So yeah, I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about here. I'm actually shocked at how much manure gets produced. Oh, I mean, I just emptied this out at the beginning of the stream. It was only a couple hours ago. And, I mean, how long has this stream been going on? This started at 10. It's now 12. No, 1 o'clock. So 3 hours. Yeah, stream's been going for about 3 hours now, and over 2,000 liters in just 3 hours. Like, that's insane. I've never had that much manure. How much milk do I have? That's something. 30,000. Wow, I think that's probably the most milk I've ever produced. Alright, so we're going to take this over to the bale sales. Once it's at the bale sales, we'll complete that portion, we'll go back to the farm, dump it all out, and then mow the 2 contracts, get that done, reloaded into the farm production of the chemistry set, as I call it, and then just go from there. I mean, we'll be styling. I mean, I'm really liking this. This is a method, because you end up getting more of the product than you originally bargained for, kind of thing. So yeah, I've got like 200,000 liters here. Now I just gotta pay attention, make sure that it doesn't just dump out a whole ton and leave me stranded with the payout. I mean, it's not gonna be the worst thing in the world if I don't if I get paid for it, but let's see. So how much is this gonna take? Wow, that was almost. There it goes. So just above, what is that, 60,000 liters for the 1 contract. So it's above 60,000. We're going to do a little experiment. We're going to see what that field got us in the ways of grass. So what is that? 62,000 is what the final total is. We'll just say 62,000 for sake. You know what? 63. We'll say 63,000. Whoa. Yeah, 63,000 just for, to give it a little buffer kind of thing. So now we're going to come here. Oops. Okay. Turn that off, and it's just going to sit there and deliver the rest of that bag until it's completed, and then it's just going to dump the rest of the silage back into the storage facility. So let's grab our big tractor here. Nope, wrong one. So this first one that we completed already is field 127. So 127 is just south of the shop. So I'll go and do that one first. Well, not completed, because I gotta bale it too. But I want to see how many bales this gives us, because what we'll be able to do is then take the number of bales in their literage, figure out how much literage we got from the number of bales that we get, and then be able to kind of calculate the kind of growth. Because again, what did I say it was? 63,000 was the original kind of what we had to deliver. So let's go mow those 2 fields real fast. So it's what? 120. Come on. 127 and 107. So I'm actually going to take a different way. what I normally take. Whoa! 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 No! Hey! Why? 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 Really? I turned turtle. What happened there? Now I'm stuck. Well, that's a thing. Reset. And you might be able to hear my dog whining at my feet. I might have to pause the stream again to let them out really quick because it's about that time. She's a little hound dog, not a little hound dog. She's a big hound dog, and she lets you know when she wants something. Let's see. So let's go ahead and get back to where I wanted to get to. I can't believe it did that. Like, it just kind of ricocheted me and flipped the tractor over. Never had that happen before. Let's see. So I have to kind of go around. So you know what? Cavalier Roy and I were saying earlier. Whoops. Cavalier Roy and I were saying earlier about how maps can feel bigger than what they actually are. So even though this is a 2x map, it feels absolutely massive. And it's because of the way the road network is that it really hems you in and forces you down paths. It forces you into specific areas. And I personally really like that. And the reason I like that is because, you know, you get that kind of sense of grandness that you don't get to have on consoles with some styles of maps. So if the map is really open or whatnot, then you can kind of, you know, fly from place to place, and it's really not it just feels like it's a much smaller space than what you're actually working with. It could be the same 2x sized map, but when everything's, you know, said and done, it just feels there. It's just that kind of, you know, you feel a certain way. And drop that down, fire that up, drop this one down. And this map in particular, really feels huge, like massively huge, because of the kind of constricted road network that's on it, especially when you're having to get to fields. Because there's only certain fields that you can get to using certain paths, and it really just makes it feel grand, like really expansive. Even though you're not going anywhere necessarily, you're just kind of, you know, in the same general area. You're just maybe circling around, kind of doing your own thing. But it's nice. It's really nice because it just, like I said, it just creates that air of scale that you don't actually get. And Roy that earlier, and I 100% agree that you can make a 2x map feel like a 4x if you do it the right way. I think he was saying that he was talking with one of the Shanty Boys when he was saying that, if I'm not mistaken. Roy, if you're still out there, you know, feel free to correct me on that. Let's see. I think I actually have it here. Where is it? Yeah, this is the thing a friend and I were talking about, with the possibility of 4x maps being a thing for the next FS game. That a 2x map done well can feel huge. Yes, 100%. That is 100% accurate. Because, you know, if you're sitting there kind of, if you have a map where the fields are open and you're not necessarily forced to have to take the road network because you could field hop and just drive through certain areas and whatnot, well then it just feels like a normal sized map, and you can get from one side of it to the other really, really fast. And we on consoles, we don't have the option of a 4x map. That's just not a thing. It'd be amazing if, like, on the next gen consoles, we could get a 4x map. Um, Maybe on FS25, who knows? Fingers crossed. You know what, Forge? You had asked what are some things that I would love to see in FS25. That's one of them. Is I would love, and kind of give an explanation. So when I say a 2x map, whoops, if you look at this map in particular, what this is a two square by 2 square map. So you can kind of cut this into 4, so you get, 1 square, 2 square, 3 square, 4 squares kind of thing. So you get 1, 2 squares on this side and 1, 2 squares on this side. So you get a 2x by 2x map. But on PCs and Macs, so on the computer versions, they can handle what's a 4x map. So they get, double the size of this in order to play on their maps. And they're absolutely massive in scope and scale compared to what we have. So on consoles, we have to rely on the map maker really utilizing the space to make it kind of feel grander and bigger than what it actually is. And like I said, Cavalier Roy has really nailed it on this map. His use of the hedges and the stone walls and all those kind of natural borders that you can't go through. You used to be able to go through these, and recently Roy and I think his auditors or developers recently changed that and made it to where it wasn't pass-throughable anymore. It didn't have a collision before the most recent update. Now these have collisions, and because they have collisions, it really makes it to where you have to utilize the roads. You can't just skirt by them anymore. One thing I wanted to check just really quickly. Here we go. We've got, okay, manure is chugging along. We got methane, digestate, beautiful. 300,000 liters of digestate. That's just chugging. We've got a bunch of fabric, 3,000 liters. So that's going well. Let's see. So that's going good. One thing we could do, let's go ahead and, what silage do we have left over? Okay, so still over 300,000 liters, so that's still really good. So we're just gonna, nope, not gonna park this. No, let's go ahead and take this. I'm going to go ahead and take this over at its little hiding spot. Like I said, I put these, like, certain things just off camera, things where, you're not going to notice them, just so I have access to them, but at the same time, like I said, just so they're not within eye shot, normally. Like, it would be a very, quick glance at it if you were to actually ever see it at all, kind of thing. So that way it's available to me. I'm able to kind of do things and kind of expedite things behind the scenes, but not have it within the scope of the story, kind of thing. So let's go ahead and park this right there. Perfect. There we go. Let's grab the baler, and I'm going to reset the bale counter because I want to make bales. Again, I think 63,000 was the number that we were shooting for. Nope, nope, wrong piece of equipment. So I'm definitely going to have to take a break here very, very shortly to let the dogs out. What I'll end up doing is I will set up, oops, I'll set the worker up in the next field, and then I'll go ahead and let them out and do their thing really quick. And I'll just leave the game running in the background. But that'll be on the next field. Let's go ahead and get this over. Let's hope that I can actually get over there without crashing and turning turtle again. Let's see. Oh, much better. Much better. So we're just going to take the baler over there. Hopefully by the time we get the baler over there, the mower will be done. That'd be nice. Let's see. So we've got... Oh, I need to... How do I turn off or change the reset bale counter? Right there. Perfect. All right. So we'll be able to see how many bales we get. We know how big bales are. So with those two numbers, we're definitely going to get over 63,000 liters of grass off of this one field. That's a 100% certainty. We always get a lot of product more on grass contracts, a lot more product than we need to be able to complete the contract. So yeah, like I said, it's one of those where we will it'd just be nice to know like what kind of rate we're gonna get out of it. Ooh, 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 ooh. Swerve. Let's see. If I remember right, it's at the end of this. I think it's like, oh yeah, I see the tractor way over in the corner there. Ay, 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 ay. Easy, easy, easy. Okay. I'm going to stop here. So what do you think? Maybe 2 more passes? MG Edits, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Let's see, we're just doing a few contracts here, trying to work our way through getting all this grass picked up, and we're actually doing a little bit of an experiment here. We found out that it took 63,000 liters of silage to go ahead and complete this delivery portion of this contract. We want to find out just how much we're actually going to get off of this field. So once we kind of figure that out, we'll kind of go from there. Looks like I missed a little bit too. YH pretty much just subbed and liked. Hey, I greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's see, contract is just finished, so we got all that kind of last path to do. Here, let's do this. Nope, lower. There we go. Perfect. We'll get that big chunk I missed there too. Oh, come on, manual transmissions. Alright, let's get this. Let's figure this out, because I gots to know. Gots to know. MG, yes, I am on console. Currently on a Xbox Series X. Oops, hey, there's a hedge right there. Alright, let's get this little bit. There we go. Nope. Raise, fold, raise. On PS4, okay, that's fine, that's good. Always love to see us fellow console players, because oh, let's drop that down again. Got more to mow. Us console players, we got to stick together. We don't get we don't get all the fanciness that the PC players get. So we got to stay a tight knit group. All right, so now I get to do 107. Where is that again? Okay, that's that one that's off the side of the road. So like I said, I'm going to go ahead and set up a worker for this next field. I got to let my dogs out really quick, and then I'll be right back. But I'll leave this on running in the background. And then be right back as soon as they are done with their business. So here's 107 right there to my left. So we're just gonna let them run real quick. Actually, I'm gonna do the edge. I'm gonna do the edge so that way. Well, no, I don't need to do the edge. What am I thinking? There we go. We'll just let them kind of do it, and then I'll do an edge pass around. Let's see. Alright, I will be right back. Like I said, I'm going to go let my dogs out really quick because they are starting to whine at me. And I'm going to let this keep running in the background. I'll be right back. Alright, so sorry about that. I am back. Oh, and MG Edits, I see that you're back too. Sorry about that. When the puppers gotta go, they've got to go. And it's one of those that they'll be patient and wait for a little while, but they don't wait too long if you don't listen. Oh, there's a good girl, Sunshine. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, you're a good girl. You got your treat? Yeah, you got your treat. That's a good girl. Okay, so we are, let's see, just about done with this particular mowing. Can I think I can use this tractor with this. So we have 3,000 liters kind of left over from the previous, oh, I need to unfold the baler first. Okay, now let's unfold this. Ooh, eating pizza. Man, that sounds good. Oh, I haven't had pizza in a while. Let's see. Open that. What kind of pizza is it there, MG? Is it, you know what? The question of all questions. You ready for this one? Pineapple or no pineapple? Is pineapple acceptable on a pizza? Just cheese pizza? Okay, okay. I know there's people out there who are like, that's not a pizza if it has pineapple on it, and it's like the whole pineapple debates. I don't know. You know what? Here's another one. Something that the internet really kind of got hot and bothered over not too long ago. Grilled cheese. Grilled cheese apparently is some huge debate on the internet. Actually, Mark K. I know Mark K in real life, and he introduced me to this debate. And I guess the big debate is that a grilled cheese is nothing but bread and cheese. You know, you can use some kind of, fat or whatever to toast the bread with, but it's just a grilled cheese is just bread and cheese. Anything else, anything added to that is then considered a melt. And he sat there and challenged me. He's like, Dave, you can't come up with anything that if you add anything to a grilled cheese, then it's no longer grilled cheese. It's considered a melt. So I sat there and argued with him for honestly quite longer than I'm proud of. But anyways, one of those where I think I figured out what could potentially be added to the grilled cheese to no longer be, for it to still be considered a grilled cheese, but still adding something other than cheese. And I said, well, okay, what if you were to add a topping such as, oh goodness, what's the little chives? Something like chives is a topper kind of thing. You're not adding it necessarily to the grilled cheese itself. It's just a topping kind of thing. Does that now make it a melt? And he still to this day is fervent cheese only. I don't know. I don't get it. But then I see a YouTuber out there who I guess he's one of the few lactose intolerant grilled cheese makers. That's all he does. That's not all he does. That's not fair. But he does a lot of grilled cheese sandwiches. That's a lot of his content. But they're all really fancy grilled cheeses, like adding steaks and just all sorts of stuff. And he calls everything that he does a grilled cheese. So I don't know. Don't know who to believe. Anyways, let's see. Oh wow, I'm really behind.
Hey, Saskatchewan, how's it going? Happy New Year 2023. How was Christmas? Christmas was fantastic. Thanks for asking. How was yours? Hope you're having a good New Year so far. Just hit 141 couple of days. So awesome. I'm getting close to 150 subs. Dude, congratulations. Glad to hear it. MG says nice. Saskatchewan says, looks like that's repeating. Yeah, just repeating. MG says melts. Okay, okay. Oh. Oh. What? Oh, sorry about that. Amazon just showed up. I'll mute it for just a second. All right, buddy. It's okay. It's okay. Amazon ain't gonna come get ya. Ain't gonna come get ya. That's a good boy. All right, sorry about that. Dallas Cowboys tonight. Nice. I'm watching Dallas Cowboys tonight. Okay, okay. For me, pizza is pizza. If I don't like it, don't like it. Don't argue about it. 100% true. 100. Yeah, I'm the same way. I mean, personally, I think that pizza's pizza. It doesn't matter what kind of toppings are on it, and I think it's what makes the pizza pizza is just the dough, sauce, and that's it. I mean, then you can slap whatever you want on there afterwards. I mean, they make like all sorts of crazy pizzas now, especially if you go to a place like what is it, CC's? They'll have taco pizzas and Alfredo pizzas and all sorts of rigmarole. Let's see. So we've got 16 bales in total. All right. So if we have 16 bales, we're going to do some math. These are what, 5,000 liters? Or 6,500. Ooh, okay. Okay. Moment of truth. Break out the... no. Break out the calculator. Come on. There we go. 6,500 times... How many did I say? 16. 16. Nope. Darn it. 6,500 times 16. 104,000 liters. Holy smokes, that's a huge jump. So, again, 63,000 was what we were searching for in silage. We just got 104,000. That means 41,000 liters above what we actually put into this. So, I mean, that's a huge payout. 41,000 liters. I'm going to turn this all into silage. That's an extra 41,000 liters on top of, getting what I had back. So, I mean, it's just, to me, that's a no-brainer to operate in this, how I'm doing this, because you're getting the product back and then some. So let's drop this down. Mow. Drop that down. Oops. Little chunk. Oh, we're going to make a whole circle around anyway, so it don't matter. Yeah, so, I mean, over 40,000 liters of additional product on top of, getting what we paid out back. I mean, that's huge. That's a huge, wow. A huge addition. Come on. There we go. And that's just on one contract. We got the same exact thing going on this contract as well. So, I mean, probably between the two contracts, we're at least looking at, I don't know, 40,000 for the first. We'll say maybe another 40 to 50,000. I think this field's bigger. No, maybe not. I mean, let's just say ballpark 80,000. 80,000 liters of additional grass product. I mean, that's huge. We get huge payouts for grass. That's why I will forever and always do as many grass contracts as I possibly can, because the payout is insane.
And because of the farm production that we have there, the one that was built by Cavalier Roy, because we have that, we're making methane as a byproduct. That methane as a byproduct is 100% profit. 100%. And because we have the methane sell point, we're getting a much better payout than we would if we were just, doing this for, for a normal sell point. So it just makes sense. It makes all the sense in the world to operate like this because we're getting that as a byproduct. So we're making money there. We're getting all this extra product. And a lot of that's because of the additional bonus that we get from the silage additive. I mean, to me, it makes sense. It just makes 100% sense. And ta-da! Now we're done mowing. Oops. Raise, fold, raise and fold. Now, let's see. No, stop, no, why, why, why? What, why, who, when, where, what, and how? All of that, and a bag of chips. What just happened? I was gonna try and send this with the. I was gonna try and send this with a worker, but now I'm scared. Now I'm worried. If he hits something on the way, what kind of mayhem is gonna ensue? Okay. Nope. Still no. You know what? Fine. No. Hey, why? All right, let me catch up with the chat first, and then we'll go from there. Oh my goodness. MG says, I got this game on Christmas. Oh, nice. This is a really good game. Really like this one. Let's see. Wow, you got Wreckfest. Yes, I did. When did you start? When did I start YouTube? If that's your question, then I started this channel a little over a year ago. Still here on FS22. I've been playing FS for, ever since FS19. But I only started the channel here recently, about a year ago. A little over a year ago, actually. And it is just one of those that I fell in love with this game back in FS19. And I just kept falling deeper and deeper in love with it as the game progressed, into FS19 and then into FS22, and then finally decided, here in FS22 that I wanted to come on and start making content, start doing something with it, because this is just an insanely fun game. I absolutely love how you can pretty much do whatever it is that you want to do with this game. I mean, certainly within reason, but it's just one of those that if you want to do farming, you can do farming. You want to do, let's say, you want to do something with trees, you can do something with trees. There's so much stuff you can do. Animals, you can do pretty much whatever it is you want, kind of thing. And yeah, it's super relaxing, tons of fun. They keep adding new and more content. And then we've got the mod hub where modders can come in, add maps, add equipment, add whatever it is that their heart desires. And yeah, we're really lucky with this game. In my opinion, this is one of the better games out there. Both because of the support from the community itself, and just Giants in general just being really good manufacturers, in the fact of making a platform where this community can come together and do some awesome stuff. So yeah, it's a long way to answer. About a year. if that was indeed your question. Let's go ahead and put all this away, and we'll grab the trailer and send that back. I'll feel a little bit more confident to send the trailer back than I will with this. For some reason, it's just really bouncy. Let's go ahead and park right there. Let's see. Here we go. Oops. All right, let me catch back up. MG says FS22. MG edits. You play multiplayer only if you want to. Just asking. So I do occasionally play multiplayer. It's not often, typically because my schedule just doesn't line up with being able to play multiplayer that often. I have very limited amounts of time. Today is actually a huge exception. Things just kind of worked out today where I was able to kind of hop on, kick back, and relax. But this is actually a rarity for me. I'm a father and a husband, so it's one of those that the family will forever and always take priority. And because of that, I typically will only be on making content, whether it's live streaming or map tours or whatever, let's plays that I do on the channel. I'll only be able to be on from like 9:30 at night when my daughter goes to bed, up until whenever I decide that I need to pass out. You know, I work also, so I've got a full-time job, so it's one of those that my days are pretty much spoken for, and it's only on rare occasions like this where I can actually, you know, come on. Like I said, circumstances happened today where my wife and daughter, they ended up going out and about today, and they won't be back until probably not for an hour or so is my best guess. They might actually be on their way now. So yeah, it's just one of those that they'll eventually come home, and once they're home, then I'm gonna have to, you know, hop off of here. I might hop back on later on to. Oh dear. Might hop back on later on tonight to keep working on some contracts, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure. But I'm certainly open to multiplayer. It's not that I'm saying that I wouldn't do a multiplayer. It's just I don't often have a chance to do it because of the time constraints and restrictions that I have in my personal life. Let's see. Let's go ahead and go here. Operating position. Blah, blah. Boop and boop. Perfect. So let's see. We got all this. Let's see. Ay. If I could just get it. There we go. If I could just get it down to there, that would be optimal. Let's see. What's the map? So this map is a map created by Kevlar Roy called Maypole Farm. And me personally, I absolutely love this map. If you're not familiar with it, I always say that is by far the most modular map that this game has to offer. And what I mean by that, and I've explained this earlier, but I'll go ahead and run through it again. So on this map, we have access to around 7 to 8 independent farms. I have my farm set up here. The main starting farm, like if you come on a brand new not start from scratch, what's the introductory game? Anyways, this is the starting farm that you would normally be given, kind of thing, with all the equipment and whatnot that's available. You have another farm up here, here, and here. So several farms kind of spread out across the land. You can purchase all the area, all the land on the map, but what's really cool is each one of these farms can be independently purchased. And what I mean by that is you can purchase this farm here and you'll get access to the main yard, some of the barns and buildings, maybe even the chicken coop that's here. But this field right here, 150, farmland 150 for 47,000, this is the cow pasture. And this will only come up when you purchase this portion of the map. This actually might be the chicken pasture, the chicken coop right here. So again, $1,000 and you have the chicken coop. Back here is the pig pen. You can purchase that separately, or you don't have to purchase it at all. And then over here, I believe, is the sheep pasture. And I think here is maybe a horse pasture. I think these are things that are there. I can't remember if one or both of these are the sheep or horse. Might be switched. Anyways, it's by far, in my opinion, the most modular map for that specific reason, because you can just decide that you want to purchase those independent things. But what's also really nice is if I go back to my main farm, just really quickly, and I come over here, there are these light posts all around here. If I have my saw out, you see how I can cut this down with my saw? If I cut this down, what happens is that all this fencing here goes away, just disappears. And you can do that with all of those kind of, if you see a light post anywhere around your farm, you can do that. You can also, within the hedges here, you have these little tree trunks. Again, you can turn this saw and you can cut it down. You can see that little green ring kind of hiding in there. And you can cut down this big chunk of the hedge right there. So it's just one of those, you can really change and manipulate each one of the farms into something that you want. And I'll show you an example of what I'm talking about. Just tucked away back here is the a part of the hedge I cut down. So I cut down this one pole here and all of this disappeared, kind of thing. And just, it allows me access to the back door and all this stuff. So it's really nice. Forge, getting a little laggy. Oh no. I wonder if you back out of the stream and come back in, then it'll kind of fix itself. Voice is coming in and out. Oh no. Like I said, go ahead and you might need to drop out and come back in. It might be something to do with YouTube and their silliness. Here's hoping at least. Let me check out my stream strength and see how that's looking. Yeah, everything is good on my end. Based on what I can see, everything's in the green. So yeah, like I said, it's one of those you might have to drop out and come back in. We'll see how that kind of goes. Let me minimize that again. Oh, and Forge, by the way, now that I know that... No. No. Oh, come on. Oh, that is so frustrating. All right, well, we are not using... We are not using that again. Do I like Wreckfest? Apparently my workers do. I'm not a huge fan of it, personally. Ay, holy smokes. Anyways, Forge, I was getting ready to say, the tux just came in. Just got it delivered there, bud. I'm going to be trying it on here later on this afternoon, so just an FYI. Oh, you know what I just noticed? Yeah, it fixed it. I think my bandwidth was Ah, gotcha. Nice. Um, so know what I just noticed there, Forge? You rejoined as a channel member, and it gave you the old badge that you had before your card cut out. So that's actually really cool. I'm glad to see that it didn't like reset you back to what you were previously, like to like starting level. I didn't know that YouTube would do that. So that's actually pretty cool. You learn something new every day. Uh, Send Abby photo shoot. Yes, I absolutely will. It actually came in these boxes. I actually felt bad because the delivery person was coming out, and there was this little girl come walking up to the door, and she's got 3 boxes, these giant boxes compared to her, and one of those that I'm in the middle of the stream, so I can't just stop what I'm doing, kind of thing. Oh no, can I not get to this? Okay. Ooh, okay, now come on. Big money, no whammies, no whammies. All right, yes. So yeah, once I get off the stream here in a little while, because I think my wife is heading home, I will take pictures and send them out to Abby. There we go. All right, so we are not using uh, workers to get to place anymore. It is just not working out well for me at all. All right, so we've got everything that we need here. Let's go ahead and drop this off. You know, it just dawned on me. We've been streaming since about, what, 10 o'clock is when we started. It's almost 2. That's a 4-hour stream. We've actually, I think that's a channel record right there. I think that might be the longest stream that we've done up until this point on the channel. That's actually pretty cool. I'm actually pretty happy about that. Okay, now let's get this back over. We'll pick up the... Well, we still got to pick up the grass and make the bales. Then we can pick them up with the trailer here. So let's get that all worked out. I just looked over. Oh, dude, you're killing me. You're killing me. 20 hours to go. A 24-hour live stream. Holy crap, dude. That would be intense. That would just be intense. The 24-hour challenge. Let's see. Let's do. All right, we're gonna get there, and then I'm gonna read what everyone's saying, because we've already had enough wrecks and accidents up until this point. I don't need to be causing my own. Man, I thought the rain was supposed to let up by now. When's at 1500? Okay, well, see, I thought it was supposed to stop raining way before that. Oh well. 'Tis what it is. Oh no! Brakes! Oh, and I actually have to mute the mic for just a minute. I will be right back, but I'm going to keep the stream running. All right, sorry about that. The missus was calling, letting me know that she is on the way home, so I'm going to be wrapping up this stream pretty shortly, probably within the next 10 or so minutes. But should be able to at least finish out this contract and kind of go from there. Let's go ahead and get this little bit right there. Can we? Yes, we can. Nice. Let's see. Let me catch up with the chat here really quick. Forge says, "Yeah, I was gonna say it. I was gonna say it better not have reset me, so they need to just and normal, and it should unwrinkle itself." Yes, 100%. And 20 hours to go. Yes, 24-hour stream, bud. You're killing me. MG says, "I'm probably going to download that map." Oh, man. I tell you what, MG, I really like this map. This is a really solid one. Really, any map by Cavalier Roy, I'm going to tell you, is really solid map. If you like kind of that kind of UK vibe, this one, I believe, is an Irish map. Specifically, but I mean, really, just any kind of UK vibe. He does an amazing job on these maps, and very often stops by into the live streams here. So really cool to kind of get to sit there and hang out with him. Can ask questions every once in a while. Actually, I was asking him earlier if he kind of makes maps that are more or less kind of something that he would want to play, and then kind of goes from there. And yeah, this map and all the other maps he's made are just kind of maps that he himself would personally want, and kind of reflects on something that he would see in his day-to-day, but then kind of builds it out from there, kind of thing, which is really cool. So yeah, being able to talk with the map maker themselves while we actually get to play on their map is a really cool thing. I really enjoy it. Let's see. Let's drop that here. Raise that, and turn that off. Raise that. So I'm just going to pull this off to the side. I'm going to grab all the bales because, like I said, the missus is almost here. So I'm going to kind of expedite things as quickly as possible. Avery the Project is doing a 24-hour stream. Wow. Okay. Well, I didn't realize that was an actual thing, but I thought Forge was just giving me a hard time. But I don't know. It's one of those that it would take an incredible set of circumstances for me to be able to do a 24-hour stream. Oh wow, I missed a whole bunch of product there. Oh well, it's just a little strip. There's 21. Perfect. I got to go. Might be back in 10 minutes. Okay, can't stay. Lol. Oh, I can stay. Okay, cool. And you're from Ireland. Oh, nice. Okay. So let me ask you, does this feel like a pretty fair representation of what farming country would look like in Ireland? I personally have never been to Ireland, so it's one of those that I can only judge based off of kind of pictures and videos that I've seen of the country. Actually, it's funny. I follow a YouTuber called the channel's called the Hoof GP, and he works around farms there in, is it Ireland or Scotland? I think it might be Ireland. Oh goodness, now I kind of feel silly because I can't remember which. Anyways, the countryside that he goes to, because he goes to farm and he does hoof trimming for cows, and it's just absolutely gorgeous, the landscape and the farms that he films, because he's got like a drone that he'll send up into the air while he's driving, and not like while he's driving, but he'll be driving to location and they'll have a drone following them, because he's got like 2 or 3 other people with him at the time. kind of thing. So it's really kind of cool, just to look at the landscape. It just seems like a very pretty place. Let's see. Yes, Bally Springs is also an Irish map, and that map is a 10 out of 10, exact same like Ireland, and this map too. Oh, nice. Yeah, Bally Springs is absolutely. So, um, being new to the channel, I do content such as map tours, map updates, where I go into detail about both the maps that are new to consoles, new to just Farming Simulator 22 as a whole, and the updates. I will go through all the change logs as they come out and kind of show what I can show. Um, Oops, I need to pay more attention to the driving. I show what I can show when it comes to the change logs. So there's kind of an in-depth kind of running tally of all the changes that happen throughout a map's lifetime. So when I do map tours, I always render my opinion at the end of the tour, and I do a 0 to 5 scale. Bally Springs is 100% at the top end of my scale. It would actually be a 10 out of 5, in my opinion. Love Bally Springs. It's a great map. Great map. And I'm glad to hear that this one here is also a very good representation of it, because, like I said, Cavalier Roy, I I don't know if he's from Ireland or if he is just in the UK in general, kind of thing. I don't think I've ever asked him where exactly he lives. Um, but I think a lot of his maps, if not all of his maps, are kind of UK based. All right, we'll go in here. Bam. Look at that. 946,000 liters of grass. I love it. Love it. Look at that. Let's go in here. Oh. Look at that. Just shy of 1,000,000 liters, and we're only a quarter full. That's excellent. That is just awesome. All right, let's park this here. Oh, and I had a bale in here too. Oops. Okay, let's do this. Let's park that down. Oh, what are you doing? Huh. Well, guess not. And then I turn here. So anyways, sorry, I got distracted with trying to figure out how to eject this, but for some reason it's not ejecting. I'll just drive this over the sell point and see if it takes it or not. Not the sell point, but the input point for the farm. Wow. I'm trying to hurry because, like I said, the missus is on her way home, and the little one is apparently extremely tired right now. She's about an hour past her nap time, so I don't blame her for being tired. But I mean, it depends also on the area where you are in Ireland. Oh, I'm sure there's different landscapes and topography all throughout the country there. Oops, easy there, big boy. And then MG, wow. There we go, perfect. So, like I said, we are just going to start making our way back to the farm. We're going to try and deliver this one last bale. I think that's a loose bale. It might not be fully formed. Maybe that's why it's not ejecting like I thought it should. Okay, let's do that. Fold it up. Yeah, see, if I can close that, that means that it's not ejected, so that just needs to be delivered back to the farm, and I'm just going to cut through this field. Beauty. But I want to thank every single person that stopped by and hung out with me today. I greatly appreciate it. I hope that you enjoyed watching me do the stream today. Like I said, this is the post episode 11 live stream. I might be back on later on tonight. It'd be around 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. One of those we'll kind of have to wait and see if that all comes together. So be on the lookout for any YouTube notifications, or if I just so happen to just decide last minute, then it might just pop up. But we are back here at the farm. Like I said, greatly appreciate everybody who stopped by tonight. MG, thank you so much for stopping by, checking out the channel, subscribing. Thanks everybody. I greatly appreciate it. I hope everybody enjoyed it, had a fantastic time. If you did, please show me by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things. The algorithms enjoy you doing it, shows you're engaged with this channel and enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope you all have a fantastic day, night, evening, wherever you are in the world. Take care.